Welcome, everybody. Just testing to make sure everybody can hear me. Can Greg or Kyle, can you acknowledge?
I can hear you,
I
Joe.
can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, and welcome. First, I apologize for the technical Zoom being down nationally. It's not our issue, but we're trying to overcome that. And thank you for switching to Google Meet with us this morning. My name is Joe Gianfrido, CURT consultant and moderator for today's session on approaches to managing international projects. Welcome, and look forward to an exciting afternoon as we move forward through the day here. It's been an exciting morning, as you can imagine. Good afternoon for people that have called in from Europe. Thank you for calling in, and welcome from the folks all across the United States and all your different time zones that you're here. We have a great lineup of speakers. The pictures are shown. On Friday, CURT did send out an app. And the great news is all the information that you're seeing today is already posted on the app, and all the individual bios of the great lineup of speakers we have can be found on the app at your leisure to go ahead and read more about each of our speakers that are here today. Your voice does matter, and to make this an exciting meeting today, we ask that you have direct access to all our speaker bios, the photos, today's presentations. Take advantage of that and pull them up. Also, you have the opportunity to ask questions via the chat box, or the way Google Meet will allow you to put in your questions and answers following each of the presenters. We'll have short question and answer period, and then after 2 or 3 presenters, we set up an additional block of time to ask additional questions if we could. We value your ads and relevant information to improve your business, so questions are greatly appreciated to the speakers as well as the chairs of the International Committee. We have an outstanding lineup. We have a combination of industry professionals, executive professionals from our owner companies, our contractor companies, and our trade partners and service providers, examining a spectrum of international topics impacting us all today. In addition, you'll hear about industry trends of today, factors on project duration, cost performance, critical engineering slip factors, supply chain disruption, and much more on the trends that are being driven by today's environment and economics. We'll have the owner's role in building safety, of course, and the culture now that we're in and coming out of the pandemic, and leadership and crisis, multi-country guidance, needing guidance, and learning examples and risk mitigation. Then in the morning, we'll offer a little bit of an additional time block to ask additional questions to these speakers. Moving in and launching into the afternoon, we'll have a brief break, about 30 minutes. We'll have a networking value proposition of CURT, especially international projects, and how CURT resources, the due diligence, the saving of time and money, and CURT International Summit forums, how they can benefit your global companies wherever they are around the world, and how you have the drive to decide what are the topics and the focus areas that we would work on to support you to do that. We also have high value engineering centers of today, those global integrated delivery and benefits and engineering design. We haven't touched base on this in quite a while, and we wanted to get a quick brief snapshot of what is the value that's coming out of these engineering centers and how are they being utilized today, where years back we were going through all those learning curves, lessons learned, and communication avenues and how to even make it happen. And we're going to hear about an Ernie's journey to get questions and get answers, plus the deltas and the niches that they found to benefit on that. We're also going to move into the digitalization of complex project handover documentation, the digital leap forward, the case study share, the examples of deliverables we have across the area. And this is coming out of Europe, Ireland, where it was presented last year on an initial stunt. And now we're getting the latest update from the group on digitalization of these complex project handover documentation and helping out today. And last but not least, we're going to get into the risk control and the insurance views, things to keep a pulse on from an insurance perspective, the comparisons, the how do I move forward, and the effects in the fleet and the hygiene, all driven coming out of COVID. What companies are seeing that the risk and the controls need to change and modify some due to all the different impacts that we're seeing in today's environment and much more. So without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our keynote and guest speaker, Elizabeth Sanborn, Independent Project Analysis. She's the Chief Operating Officer, and we really look forward to her topic focus will be a view of capital projects globally across the board. Elizabeth, I'd like to go ahead and turn this over to you for control of the screen.
Thanks, Joe. Let me get my screen going here. Share now. Tell me if you can see my screen.
I do not yet.
Okay, just waiting for you to select the window or screen. Okay.
Mine should be, the line says recording still.
Okay. Sorry, an error has occurred.
No problem.
Let's try it again.
So present now.
Present your entire screen.
And then should be a box at the top center was on mine, and you click.
It says you must grant permissions in order to screen share.
Okay, let's see, what do I have to do then? Let's see. I'm not presenting, let's see. I don't see a request coming through anywhere.
All that dry run. You've done a good job transferring to platforms. Let's see if we can get this going.
Okay. Kyle, should something be popping up? I do not see any requests coming through.
Palmer's going to share it because there shouldn't be a prompt for a request. So Palmer's going to share the slides.
Awesome. That's good. I'll just tell you, Palmer, I'll just tell you when to advance them to the next one. So are we ready to go? Tell me when you're ready, Palmer.
You are all set.
Okay, so thank you for having me here to talk at this international summit. It's my pleasure. I hope everyone's well and safe, particularly those that are down in the Houston area, or I guess Louisiana, getting ready for some hurricane action. So today I'm going to give an overview of the current state of capital projects globally. First, the performance of projects up until the start of COVID, and then some insights into the impacts projects are facing during this pandemic. But first, I'd like to give a short background to those who are not familiar with IPA, with Independent Project Analysis, give you an idea of where my perspective comes from, and specifically the data that are informing those trends. So I've hidden the next one, and so the IPA is a data-driven research company, is the title of the next slide. And that's essentially summarizes what we do. We study capital projects as a field of research and trying to understand why capital projects and capital project systems succeed and why they fail. And our findings are based on detailed data gathered directly from owner project teams. Our clients represent a wide variety of industries: oil and gas, chemicals, mining, pharma, infrastructure, paper. We gather the data and we use that in our research, and it also flows into our products and services. And because we have that constant flow of project data, we can continuously validate our findings and identify trends, which is what I'm going to share with you today. So the outline slide, skip one. So as I said, I'm going to go through the current state of projects, and then look at the capital projects industry response to COVID-19 based on a survey of our clients that we've been conducting monthly since March. and then I'll wrap up the presentation. IPA gathers data on about 700 projects per year around the globe. And every March, we use that most recent set of data to complete a study of current trends in the context of industry. The study reveals the impact of economic influences and world events on projects. And in some ways, it's a study of human behavior, or at least corporate behavior, in the face of opportunity as well as risks. So on the next slide, we can see that in the past year, we collected a total of 667 projects that we added to the database, and they represented $126 billion in capital investment in 77 owner companies. The whole set includes projects ranging from $1 million well over to many billion dollars. But in this presentation and the performance metrics that I'll show you, it's focusing only on the large projects, 265 large projects that are greater than $10 million. The next graph shows the distribution of projects around the world. So half of the sample of the projects this year from the United States. That represents a very large number of smaller sized projects from refining and midstream that were authorized in the 2017 timeframe that closed out in the past year. Historically, the projects we can actually, your slide ahead of me. Usually the U.S. and Europe, the slides in U.S. and Europe are similar in terms of the distribution in the sample. There's a fewer set of projects in Europe this year, and that's reflective of what we've seen recently. Europe's been in a recessionary environment, particularly chemicals, and so the number of projects are fewer. The Middle East and Asia have a decent set, and you can actually see that's where the large projects are. So the Middle East, while it's only 6% of the sample, it's the same $8 billion that the US represents in their 50% of the sample. And there's also many large projects in Asia as well. So it rounds up what the global look is in the past year of projects being completed. On the next slide is kind of a jam-packed slide. I'll highlight the key findings in this year's study, and so subsequent slides I'll dig in a little bit deeper. So first is the project characteristics. This is a smaller set of large projects, both in number, as I pointed out, and in size. Because industry investment was basically in the 2014-2016 timeframe, when there was some economic slowdown and oil prices collapsed, industry put the brakes on investing, particularly in larger growth projects. So what we're seeing today in the completed projects from that time frame, they're much smaller and they're fewer in number. When you look, they also reveal very low risk tolerance on the part of our businesses. There are very few firsts. There's no projects to a new region or new technology or new products. They're mostly revamp projects of existing products, or capital maintenance projects, or regulatory compliance projects. So kind of a low risk set of projects. Another indication of that low risk tolerance is the very high number of cost-driven projects as a directive from business. Again, since that 2015 timeframe, this has been a strategy switch away from schedule-driven. For years, schedule-driven was the primary focus on capital projects. It's now shifted away, and it's much more cost-driven. And you'll see how that trend plays out in the upcoming slides. The performance metric drivers that link to project performance, like integrated teams and front-end loading, they're relatively static this year, no big highlights there. When we look at the actual performance of the projects, we would expect, because this is a less complex set of projects, that they would have better performance. But it's actually mixed. So what we see, and I'll go through in greater detail, is that the cost performance is actually better. It's a reflection of that cost-driven strategy, and it's a positive sign for industry for sure. But really surprising is the very slow schedules. So on the next few slides, I'll review the cost and schedule performance in greater detail. So we can go to the next slide. this is the first of 2 slides, and it's animated, so it's a complex slide that animation would have helped set it up. So I'll set it up, and hopefully you guys can hang with me. First, there's the vertical axis, right? That's the left side, is the performance metric. And on this slide, it's the cost index. The next slide will be schedule. The cost index is a measure of the actual cost of a project relative to the industry average cost, kit for kit. It's not a measure of cost growth from authorization. It's a measure of capital effectiveness. Basically, did you overpay or did you underpay? The industry average, the darker line, is 1.0. So if a project was completed for $100 million and the average cost for a comparable project was also 100 million, then the cost index is 1.0, 100 divided by 100. Better performance is shown towards the top of the graph. Worse performance is shown towards the bottom of the graph. The horizontal axis is time, basically representing the period of time in which any single project was executed, basically engineering and construction duration. And each project in the database is represented in these lines, aggregated to create this industry trend line. I also have 3 shaded areas here. They represent periods of time that had significant external influence on capital project behavior. We show 3 here in this period of time. I guarantee now we're living through another period of time that will show up on this graph in the future. But it remains to be seen how COVID-19 will impact the capital project results. But I'll be talking about that in a few minutes. For these historical time periods, you can see when I walk through these performance lines, you'll see how the performance changes. The first is the hot market period. That was 2004 to 2008, period of time when globally the supply chain for projects couldn't keep up with demand. The next shaded bar, and another external influence, was the global financial crisis in 2008-2009 timeframe. And finally, I show a bar for the MMR, the mini manufacturing recession. It's really when the global demand softened and oil prices plummeted in mid-2014 through 2016. And I'll show you the performance as we can see how it shifts as we walk through. So the gray and the green line are the actual cost trend lines. And when you look at those, you'll first notice you tend to get what you set, right? So both the planned cost and actual cost effectiveness closely move together, really with subtle differences that I'll point out. But for years, the industry followed the 1.0 trend line. In the decade really prior to the start of what's shown on this graph, it was pretty evenly along that slightly higher, slightly lower to 1.0. But during that hot market period of 2004 to 2008, you can see that cost performance, the green line, and actually the estimates along with it, gradually declined. Now, I want to point out that these lines, the data show remove any impacts of escalation. So this isn't the cost of equipment going up because of the hot market. This is all the escalation is removed. It's really a measure of the lost productivity or gained productivity in some cases. In this case, the impact of the hot market associated with lost productivity. So the performance declined, the cost performance declined in the hot market. Then on the heels of the hot market was the global financial crisis, where cash flow constraints had further negative impact on capital projects. So you can see that the cost number coming down to the 1.0, 10% less effective than historical norms. But coming out of the global financial crisis, cost performance actually improved. It started moving back towards the industry average line as businesses practiced more austerity and risk aversion. We know that money was tight and they were very careful about what projects were moving forward. Then costs started to creep up again, and that was specifically for projects influenced by a smaller hot market, mostly in the US and to some extent Europe, driven by the shale boom, those ethylene crackers and LNG projects that were taking advantage of the projected higher margins associated with the plentiful natural gas. So we're moving into the 2015 period when the performance is declining in that localized hot market, and we then have the oil price, the mini manufacturing recession and the associated oil price collapse in 2014. And coming out of that, again, you can see that cost performance begins to improve. It really echoes the behavior of previous hot markets, and then that are followed by periods of recessionary. So what we see as a common trend through time is this tendency to spend while the margins are high and then tighten the belt while they're not. So what we know is that the business drivers today, the low cost driver and the risk aversion, which has really been happening since the 2016 timeframe, is leading to this more positive cost trend. When I divide this line into regions, and I'll just talk about this most recent set of projects and 3 regions, the US, Europe, and Asia, the cost performance is not significantly different between Asia and the US. Asia might be directionally better, but really it's not that different in its total outcome. What is different in Asia, it's been on a steady improvement trend since the global financial crisis. It didn't have that disruption of the little hot market in the 13-14 timeframe in the U.S. Gulf Coast. So but both of the regions are only slightly worse than industry average today. But in contrast, the project performance from this year's set of projects in Europe is much lower. And these projects are also experiencing more cost growth on average. So the recent projects in Europe did not fare as well. Now we can look at the next slide, schedule performance. So similar graphs, I won't spend time setting it up, but it's the trend lines for the planned and actual schedule effectiveness, how long a project should take. The gray line shows the estimates, the green line shows the actual schedule performance. And going back to the beginning of this chart, several years, right up until the mini recession in 2014, you can see from the gray line that we set very aggressive schedule estimates, right? So not between 10 and 15% aggressive. But right around the start of that mini manufacturing recession in 2014, we began to set less aggressive schedule performance. We've relaxed that schedule pressure. In fact, the most recent set of projects, our schedule estimates are industry average. This follows naturally from what we know about the change in business drivers. We've seen a decline in schedule as a top priority over the past few years. Excuse me. Looking at the actual schedule performance, the green line, it compares the distance and compare the distance between the 2 lines, and you can see that we never get what we set in schedules, unlike costs, right? The schedule slip is 10 to 15%. That's the norm. Even recently, when estimates are more in line with industry average, there's still a lot of variance. The actual performance line, the green line, also shows that the scheduled performance has declined over time. So the typical project today is slow. Globally, there's no real difference in execution schedule duration, the outcome, the green line. All regions are trending about 10% longer than industry norms. The only real difference here is that the projects in Europe are being planned faster. You can see the amber colored Europe on the plan side, that they maintain faster estimates, but they're slipping them. So let's talk about schedule slip in general on the next slide. So the previous graph showed that schedule slip has been the norm through time and historically driven by overly aggressive execution schedules. More recently, the planned durations have been in line with industry norms, yet we as an industry still experience that schedule slip. So when I analyze the data, it reveals that much of that slip, the overall slip, can be attributed to engineering slip. So here's a cycle time graph of a $50 million project. That's the typical project in this year's set of data. And it shows the standard outcome in terms of schedule. And engineering slip in the recent projects averages 34%. The median is 23%, so it's not that skewed. And that's shown in this example when you can see that the engineering is longer than the estimate, yet construction often starts on time. So the patterns of engineering slip globally are, Europe and the US are similar really in terms of the percentage and the medians of slip, 35%, 24% median. In Asia, projects experience less engineering slip. We can ponder why that is. The median in Asia is only 4%. So the impact of engineering slip in Asia is less. We're actually thinking about that and wondering if it's because they're closer to the home offices there. We're studying that more, but that is an interesting finding that it's not as bad in Asia. On the next slide, just why does engineering slip? Well, there's some precursor delays, or basically poor fundamentals, poor definition, design changes. What we know drive poor outcomes in general also drive engineering slip. But when we statistically control for those poor fundamentals, we see that there's lower productivity as a driver of engineering duration. And specifically, engineering duration has increased 1% per year for the past 10 years. So engineering is getting longer. And it's associated with less experienced project teams. The less experienced teams have higher engineering slip. We also know that aggressive engineering estimates are a driver. So more recent estimates haven't reflected this longer engineering duration. In fact, when we work with our clients, we compare performance, and there was only one client in our group that came to our conference earlier this year that actually did not set aggressive engineering schedules. So that's something that our estimators need to know and keep up with, because it certainly drives poor performance, which I'll show you on the next slide. So why should we care about engineering slip? Pretty much across the board, every outcome metric is worse significantly, statistically significantly, when engineering slips. So execution schedule slip is higher, construction schedule slip is higher, the duration of schedules is longer, and cost performance is worse. The graph with the green bars actually shows one of those outcomes, with engineering slip on the vertical axis and construction cost growth on the horizontal axis. And the more engineering slip you have, the more construction cost growth you have. And we think about our averages, you can see that I showed on the, for the regions, you can see that in the 20 to 30% engineering slip range, you have a lot of construction cost growth. Now note just something else to think about. Control over the start of construction helps reduce the impact of engineering slip. If you can delay the start to finish up key engineering deliverables, the performance impacts are less. But as owners, your ability to do so can be hampered by the type of contract that you have. And so when we talk about the regional differences, I suspect that the contract vehicle might drive some of those differences. So for example, EPCM contracts are the norm in Europe. Owners have no control over the start of construction in EPCM contracts. In Europe in general, when we look at their poorer cost performance, we see significant construction cost growth, and we've already seen that they have worse cost performance in general. Split form contracts, which is more the norm in the US, tend to give owners more control, and we see more delayed construction in the US. So watch out for engineering slip. It's prevalent and it's hurting projects. So that's the state of the current project performance heading into the global pandemic. Now let's shift our focus and look at the impacts of COVID-19 on projects. Let me go one more, thanks. So since March, we've been surveying our clients monthly to understand the impacts of the virus on their capital portfolios. And I'm going to provide a few highlights of that survey, looking individually at engineering and then procurement and then construction. So at a high level, what we know from the survey, the most recent survey, which was done at the end of July, is that about 70% of us are continuing to work from home. Some opening up in Europe and Canada, but less so in the US and Asia. About a third of available capital was eliminated from our budgets and associated portfolios of projects. Initially, projects were slowed or stopped. I think we all know that, often by mandate. And construction has since restarted, but productivity is limited by safety considerations and labor availability. And I have some data on that coming up. And like we've seen in other downturns, new projects that are being planned right now are very cost-driven. So on the next slide, let's look specifically at engineering. So what we hear from our clients, that engineering productivity hasn't taken a huge hit. I think there was some initial productivity losses when we were replacing face-to-face meetings with Zoom meetings or Google Meet, as we're learning today. But it's pretty much settled in. And today, the most recent survey, the respondents believe that there's about a 10% productivity loss, but it's trending better. So you can see some of the quotes from earlier from March, they're monitoring, no impacts yet, kind of too soon to see, kind of transitions through. Engineering productivity is better than expected in May. And even a comment from July, in some ways, it's made global interactions more effective. So engineering is part of the big three parts of the supply chain. Engineering, it seems to be least impacted. On the next slide, we can look at procurement, and supply chain disruption too has gotten better. So although it's still significant, our May survey, nearly all the respondents said that they are experiencing delays, so 95%, and the July survey indicates that's dropped to about 60%. And on the left side, you can see that the magnitude of the delay is lessening as well. As of July, the typical delay, you can see that the July kind of is greater than 20% in many cases. But in May, it was greater than 20% in a lot of cases. And in July, that number has lessened. So we see more in the 15 to 20% range of the delays. On the next slide, we asked in this survey which country of origin had the supply chain disruptions. So the word cloud is actually the combination of the May and July survey. So the countries of known vendors are on that list. But what I think is interesting is the shift from May to July in the shaded bars on the right. So in May, 45% frequency in Asia and Europe, and less so in the US. And as we move to July, Asia has improved and US has gotten worse, which is really just showing the path of the virus. On the next slide, the July response actually indicated that, relative to May, when 45%, now 80% say that the supply chain is beginning to open back up. Although delivery seems to be slower, we just saw that on the previous slides. You can see some of the comments here. The specialized equipment vendors are now reopened. Engineering work in India was shut down, but has since restarted. The number of workshops in Italy have reopened, so some of the kind of reflected in that word cloud. But the construction materials are slowly being delivered to the site to enable resumption of construction. That's kind of where we are right now. And so let's talk a little bit more about construction on the next slide. So we know that construction bears the brunt of the impact. The survey has been consistent since the start, that most respondents indicated that construction productivity has been impacted. They indicated that through observation that the productivity of the individual worker is 20% worse, or 1.21 in this case, driven by the COVID safety requirements. So on average, what used to take an hour now takes an hour and 1.21 hours. Moreover, the availability of labor, as shown on the right side, is only 65% of what it was pre-COVID. This is on average across the globe, driven by willingness to work, illness perhaps, or competition across projects. We have several stories where the labor just didn't show up. Projects orient and train the workers. One project in Europe, 1,500 workers per day, and only about 300 actually show up on a day. That might be more extreme case, but the average right now is about 65% of available labor availability. So on the next slide, you kind of do the simple math on those observations. So we've got 65% availability, and we've got productivity that's 21% worse. So the effective productivity is 1.86 if you add those two numbers together. That means construction would take 86% longer and cost 21% more. So needless to say, this response in the survey indicates the impact of the projects currently in construction is quite damaging. So on the next slide, so we're learning through the survey that the supply chain is getting better. You can tab to the next slide, thanks. Particularly around engineering and procurement. And for some projects, the start of construction is still years away. And that's reflected in kind of what we're seeing today. A number of new projects around the globe are starting their planning phases, trying to feels good, right? We're kind of getting back to work. So specifically, there's a lot of chemical activity in Europe, which is a welcome sign after the recessionary environment that we've been seeing for the past few years. We're actually seeing some projects in Australia, some that are benefiting from the woes of Chile in terms of the COVID woes. They're much worse in Latin America right now than it is in Australia. And the world needs iron ore. There's also some mining activity in gold and copper. The China and India are resuming activity on some very large projects. And the Middle East, really at the beginning of COVID, for the first few months, struggled with IT, with virtual meetings. This wasn't in their what was allowable in some cases, but that's all been overcome, and they seem to have found a floor, and there's a lot of work being planned right now in the Middle East. The US has been slow all the way through, slow but steady, I would say. And notably, there's been some paper projects for all those Amazon boxes. In general, pharma and consumer products have remained steady in the US and Europe, but the refineries are hurting, and that, with capacity reductions. And that is not necessarily related to COVID, but as much as it is maybe industry in general. So companies are getting back to work. They're proceeding in low risk mode, as I've noted, similar to corporate reactions after past downturns. The portfolio characteristics reflect that lower risk tolerance. They're choosing only the highest return projects and the debottlenecks and revamps of existing plants and lots of maintenance and sustaining capital projects, kind of the low risk set of projects. Project groups are focused on cost, not speed. And they're looking for insights into productivity, and they're looking for insights into risk assessment, which again, these are common reactions coming out of a downturn. So on the next slide, to wrap it up, the measurable impact of COVID on today's projects really remains to be seen, and we'll be analyzing the actual data, not just the survey data, as the projects are being completed. As I've noted, engineering's less impacted, but construction, which is the most costly part of projects, will take the biggest hit in this, until this pandemic passes. It'll be interesting to see if the engineering slip, which I noted, which is now normal, it seems to be now normal. It'll be interesting to see if it has less of an impact on construction, since construction is necessarily slower, right? With fewer headcount, more safety protocols. So I'll be watching that because I know that it's a trend that's impacting projects, and we'll see if it's a byproduct of slower schedules, if it has less of an impact. For projects in the planning phases, I suspect that the cost scrutiny will continue to benefit the project outcomes, maybe get that cost index back up to 1.0. And maybe our estimators will relax the engineering schedules to avoid the poor performance that's associated with engineering slip and the cost performance associated with that. I really hope so. I also hope that the lessons from this downturn stick even when we enter the next hot market, which no doubtly will happen one day. That is the summary of the state of capital projects.
Excellent. Thank you, Elizabeth. I did receive
You're muted,
two
Joe.
questions. Can you hear me? Elizabeth? Hello?
I can hear you, Joe.
Okay, Elizabeth, can you hear me?
I can't hear you, Joe. I see you talking. Are you muted?
No.
Elizabeth, can
Can
you
you
hear
hear me
me?
now? I can hear you, Kyle. Rob, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Elizabeth. We have uh, chat box, Elizabeth. Can,
It shows that
Rob,
Elizabeth.
If you're
It shows that
asking, I see you talking, but I don't hear you.
can you, Kyle, see if she hears you and go to the chat box. Tell her.
Elizabeth, can you hear me? I think her audio is. I think she's having an audio issue on her end
Okay.
because I can hear. I can hear you.
Okay, let's, if you could text her and say we'll get back to her at the 10-minute question and answer, and let's go ahead and keep moving forward. There's two questions for Elizabeth, and I have one question, if you can hear me in the audience. It has unknown name. It says, in the past, we saw project priorities focused primarily on cost and schedule in developing countries. Can someone share me who asked that in one company? Just type it on the chat box, the company and the person's name. Appreciate that.
Joe, it was me, Gary.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Okay, Chris, can you go ahead and request sharing, and we'll move to Chris, and then let's see if we can get Elizabeth online outside the box there. If someone from the CURT office could do that.
Yeah, Joe, this is Chris. We're going to have to go ahead and do it the same way with you guys running the slides.
Okay, Greg, back to you then.
While we're bringing up the slides and everything, I just want to say, I mean, truthfully, I agree with everything Elizabeth was saying. We're seeing a lot of the same things when we go ahead and we get into these projects. Merck on the pharma side is actually very busy. We did 1 million man hours last month. So in the end, what we're seeing is depending on the projects and depending on the supply requirements, because for us, the worst situation is to have demand and we can't fill that demand. So we have a couple products that are really, really critical for us that we're working on. And I think in the pharma business, that's what you're really seeing, where schedule on those jobs is still king. We're still looking at other projects we're doing, but again, when you go ahead and look at it, we did 1 million man hours in July, so we're back up and running pretty much full bore. Now, in the end, I'm going to talk a little bit about now just owners' role in building a strong safety culture on international projects. And also, too, what affected that coronavirus learning really have in how we go ahead and we do better. And there's been some lessons learned. I'm going to start with that, and then I'm going to go ahead and show some examples of what we really did to sort of help ourselves. So if you go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the one thing you want to do is make sure your COVID-19 information is accurate and up to date. One of the things that was tough was when you're out on the job sites and you're looking at this and you don't see the right information, it really goes ahead and drives a lot of bad behaviors for people. So you have to really, with the COVID-19, one thing that we really did was stress, get it updated daily if we have to, but make sure it's up to date so you don't have any old signage. Make sure the program is consistent for all employees. One of the things that is tough, you can't, as an owner, have one set of rules for your people and another one for the contractors. You got to make sure that program's consistent for everybody. And then also, too, make sure you explain the why this is being done. I mean, it isn't just enough to tell somebody to wear a mask. You got to let them know why. And there's different things that you can do to go ahead and explain the why this is important. And also, too, dispel those myths that are in the workplace. Rumors get started awful quickly when this stuff is going on, and you have to be out there, be visible, making sure you dispel those myths about what is going on. And also too, for us, it was really key. We had to make sure that manufacturing areas were not affected by construction activities. And the reason we say that's so important is because when you have contacts and you have somebody who is positive and you got to make a contact list, you want to make sure that you isolate things as much as possible to keep the +1 numbers down. So in the end, you want to go ahead and make sure that you're really, really isolating areas. We even look at construction projects and we don't, on the same site, and we don't want people moving between project sites either. So again, the last thing I wanted to say on this slide is look at schedules and adjust those expectations. Really, really take a look. Don't keep working to schedules that you know are outdated. Make sure that you go ahead and put in updated schedules that takes into account the social distancing that has been included in the TAC planning. I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. Next slide, please. So just going ahead and making sure we're careful and working overtime and extra shifts. Make sure you're really, really tough because masks do add to tough working conditions. People have trouble breathing. People have different things. So, I mean, in the end, make sure that you're careful working overtime and extra shifts. Make resources available for timely execution. And what I'm saying for that is you make an announcement and you say you're going to go ahead and make this modification to your COVID-19. Make sure that you can timely execute all those different things that you say you're going to do and make those resources available. Coach and mentor versus telling. It's really going to help reduce the stress associated with that. And develop checklists. We developed a number of different checklists. We've shared them. I know Joe has got them from some of the other ones that we've done. But checklists for cleaning, for starting out, for daily audits, different things like that. Just go ahead and keep reinforcing the message. Then virtual peer safety audits, that use of technology, very, 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 very critical. Now I'm going to speak a little to multi-country guidance, and we'll stay on this slide here that Greg has got up. The owner COVID-19 requirements are included in the general requirements and guidance of host countries. So there's general requirements, but there's also guidance from each of the different countries. And I can tell you, we're doing work in Austria, we're doing work in Germany, we're doing work in the Netherlands, Ireland, the UK, we're doing work in Asia. Everywhere you have guidance from the host countries when you're there. And you got to go ahead and really pay attention to what's going on. In-country and national standards, local jurisdictions, and also local site practices and procedures will supersede some of the overall requirements that come out from the owner and also from other companies working on the site. You have to really pay attention to what's going on in each of the different countries that you're working on. One size will not fit all. Timing on implementation may vary by region or country. Some things that we're doing in the States, we're lagging behind what they're doing over in Europe and vice versa. So there's not one size that fits all. And that's what I really wanted to go ahead and finish up with on this type of thinking. And the situation is always constantly changing. I mean, day to day, you go ahead and look at this, you really, really do get the feel for what's going on, that it is changing on a daily basis. Next slide. So correct information and dispel myths. You know, like one of the questions that we heard out there was, do vaccines against pneumonia protect you against the new coronavirus? You know, I mean, how many different times have you heard about different types of things that are going on that people say to use? We have a president in this country that has an idea for hydrochlorozine being a good idea. I don't know whether it's right or not, but there's a lot of myths that you have to go ahead and you have to dispel out in that workplace to make sure people know what's going on. Next slide. And then also too, we talked about the why. We put these signs up just to go ahead, and I think this was the best way to go ahead and tell people this is why you want to wear a mask. It's not just because we want to be, punitive with this by any means, but the masks do help go ahead and keep people around you safe if you have the coronavirus or if you're coughing or sneezing too. But this gives you an idea of what's going on with that. And we shared this with a number of people, our CMs, all of them. This was actually from one of our CMs that shared this, but I think it's a great way to go ahead and tell people, look, this is why it's important to wear a mask. Next slide. Again, this is just a little bit more where you talk about the mask effectiveness, protecting yourself, what you're doing with that, protecting others. This just gives you a little more information, but we put these signs out in the workplace so people could go ahead and have a little bit more information to work with. And then also to the next slide, which goes ahead and it's a hierarchy of controls for COVID-19. Again, the elimination is you're going to have a vaccine. And we keep saying by the end of the year, I don't know if that's going to go ahead. That's really, really aggressive. But that's an elimination part. The engineering controls with the face mask, frequently cleaning, social distancing, administrative controls too, finding creative ways to do the construction work. And then the PPE, we want to wear the face shields, the goggles, wearing surgical masks, different things like that. All of that is that hierarchy of controls, but we're trying to get to that potential vaccine, which is going to go ahead and eliminate the hazard. Next slide. So social distancing, these signs we put up around the sites just to go ahead and make sure that they understood how important it is, that 2-meter distance. Don't shake hands. Minimize face-to-face meetings. We used a lot more WebEx, Zoom, all these different types of meetings. A lot of people have worked from home. We have people that have worked from home for the last 5 months. So if face-to-face meetings are necessary, limit exposure time to 15 minutes. And also too, we have on every meeting room the number of people that are allowed to be in that room. So everything is basically signage-wise, just reminding people that social distancing is probably your best way of protecting yourself. Again, washing hands, being in public places, clean and disinfect frequently. We have a lot more laborers on site. We have people walking through our trailer complexes all the time, cleaning down, frequent cleaning of restrooms, canteens, and break areas. Most of this signage is in the break areas too, because we found that's one of the places where people don't maintain that social distancing. So we have people out there reminding people, even to the break times, to go ahead and make sure that they go ahead and remember how important it is. Next slide. Entering a site, some really, really good signage at the site, when you're coming into the site is so important. This is from one of our partners from the PM group. A good sign that we had over in Dublin. We want to make sure that we have some mock-ups to be in place at the site entrance to make sure people know, sanitizing stations, pedestrian access points to be reconfigured to take into account physical distancing. We have turnstiles in, turnstiles out. Sanitizing rule signage should be in place at the site. 100% checking via security to make sure to be put in place at site entry points for COVID-19. We had people talking to each of the guys coming in, asking them questions, handing out masks, making sure that they understood how important it was. Again, temperature checking, we've done it on a few of our sites, but not all of the sites. I think right now, from what I hear from different people, the temperature checking isn't as much of a requirement from governments or anything else. They say it's really not telling you much. But in the end, if it has to be implemented, make sure that it's well communicated. Next slide. So I took the time, this was from some of our different people, but just some ideas of how you reconfigure rooms, like an induction room where you got 6 feet. You don't take as many people into the room to do that. A reconfigured canteen area. Examples of marquee style, quick erect canteen spaces where you've got tents and different things like that to make sure that you go ahead and you keep the physical distancing in all your areas. And you've got COVID-19 signs up that basically tells you how many maximum occupancy for each of the different rooms and what's going on. Next slide. Again, hand wash facilities where you got individual rooms, alternate knee push sinks for hand washing to make sure people go ahead and don't have to put their hands up there to go ahead and touch it. Pedestrian routes. We widened a lot of our pedestrian routes on our sites to go ahead and make sure that we go ahead and we don't have people walking side by side, and we can go ahead and maintain that 2-meter interval. Next slide. And again, some more examples of physical distancing, that 2-meter rule where you go ahead and you keep people out. Single occupancy in mobile elevated work platforms. Workbenches, we want them 2 meters apart. Physical distancing for when we're going ahead and doing whiteboard meetings. We put barriers in to keep people back and away from each other to go ahead and make sure you can maintain that 2-meter distancing. Next slide. And quickly, construction site cleaning. You got specialist contractors that we've had come in and do cleaning in certain areas if necessary. So, I mean, in the end, we want to make sure that you do go ahead and keep your sites clean. You can't do it once a day. You got to do it throughout the day, and definitely during second shifts too, if you're trying to work overtime. Next slide. So some quick COVID-19 guidelines for personal hygiene. Again, sanitizing agents, soaps, paper towels, rubbish receptacles, wipe down all reusable personal protective equipment, sanitizing wipes on a regular basis, hard hats, safety glasses, gloves, work boots. Do not touch your face, mouth, or nose or eyes, even if you're wearing gloves. You want to make sure you minimize the number of times that you touch your face. Limit the sharing of tools and equipment. Try to go ahead and keep that separated. And then again, PPE, personal protective equipment, hard hats and safety glasses and glove and other gear is still required during the pandemic. You have to keep wearing the PPE if you're going to do construction. So again, the use of surgical masks is recommended or mandated to help prevent potential spread of the virus. Sites will begin to distribute surgical masks. We've done that, and the guidelines have been issued. So we're really staying on top of that to make sure that people do dispose of the face mask too. Next slide. So personal protective actions. Again, we want to make sure that people take that action. PPE is important protecting the workers. So we want to make sure that there's actions associated with the PPE. Adding coronavirus check questions and social distancing reminders to the fit for duty into pre-task planning, and the SBA's that last minute risk assessment document can help prevent the spread. Make sure that COVID-19 requirements are in those pre-task plans. Instead, each worker hold an SBA, which is a safe plan of action to sign. Provide each worker a copy for them to sign and keep. You want to make sure you don't pass paper if you don't have to. When looking for hand sanitizer, make sure it contains that 60 to 70% alcohol. Cover all the surface of your hands and rub them together until dry. Avoid touching your eyes, like I said before, and follow those CDC, WHO, and local recommendations. A couple more examples of what we're talking about. Next slide. Risk mitigation. Again, Tyvek suits, mask, face mask. You can go ahead and look at different types of things, but we want to make sure that you're looking at anywhere where it comes in contact with the skin. How to don a face mask. I'm not going to go over all this, but this is a good way to go ahead and just have this signage out in your field so people have a way to go ahead and see how to go ahead and put it on correctly. Next slide, how to remove a face mask. And then also too, PPE donning and doffing areas. You can go to the next slide. That's how to remove it. And then the next slide. Go to the next slide, please. PPE donning and doffing areas where you've got people who can go and put their PPE on. You don't want to go ahead and have everybody right in one space. So this is a good example of how you can go ahead and have 3 people in to go ahead and do their PPE, putting it on and then taking it off later. Next slide. So, compliance officers. Really good to go ahead and have compliance officers to go ahead and keep going ahead and having them out there looking. We have 1 or 2 on each of our different project sites. They do help. They keep reminding people, you know, I mean, they're wearing vests and everything like that so people know who they are, but it's really important. Next slide. And we always talk about lean scheduling, but we use part of the TAC planning to go ahead and make sure that we factored in that 2 meters worth of distancing. So you can go ahead and look at your overall drawing that you have in bin, and you can look at the activities and see exactly what floor space you need. Equipment floor space required is tracked in line with the TAC plan. And by taking the available work area divided by the social distancing area, it is possible to determine how many persons can safely work in each zone. This ensures social distancing measures are maintained in conjunction with appropriate PPE and other measures. Very important that you do the upfront planning to make sure you're not putting 60 people in an area to go ahead and work. Next slide. Again, monitor results. Act. You got a plan, you do, you check, you act. You keep improving it all the way around every day. One thing we've learned overall with this, you go ahead and it changes so much every day. You learn every day and you keep sharing best practices all the time. Last slide. Questions for me?
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, there's several questions for you. My plans are for everybody on the audience. I will direct the 4 questions or several questions to Chris for safety first, and then I did receive several questions. Someone must have a phone in speaker on. I hear an echo. Do you hear an echo, Chris?
Yes.
Not anymore, Joe. I think you're off.
Okay, thank you. Chris, the first one is not a question, but a statement. It's from Rob Wagner, Procter & Gamble Company. And his statement is, Procter & Gamble did 15 million effort hours in 12 months. And that's all it states. Rob, did you have a question or wanted to elaborate?
Yeah, it was based on the previous presentation, and someone had chimed in. They did 1.5 million effort hours in the last month. So yeah. I just wanted to go and show that, like at P&G, we have not seen a significant downtrend in our effort hours. I don't have it for the last 3 months to go and show how it's COVID. I could do that, but that's not the data I have right now at hand. But we did. I just completed the effort hours. Our fiscal year ends July 1st or June 30th, as Joe's aware. So we did, up to COVID then, we were in the, we've been doing over 1.5 million effort hours a month. and we continue. And we had no shutdown whatsoever during the COVID period that I'm aware of globally.
Okay. Rob, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. Chris, second question from Jim Ellis, Sabic Company. Others are experiencing an uptick in soft tissue injuries with COVID-19. Sabic is seeing a demographic shift, giving reduced craft availability to meet work demands, difficult to be selective job match versus fit for duty, work hardening practices, including pre-work flex and stretch due to social distancing has been reduced, etc. Any special refocus actions to address the issue? And I can repeat it, or you can see it directly on chat box as well, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here, and we're seeing some soft issues too, strains, different things like that. We're also seeing a lot of people. We still got an echo here, guys. Can everybody mute? But we're seeing the same things when we go ahead and we see the soft tissue issues. Basically, in the end, we are trying to be out there, and we do a lot more individual stretch and flex versus going ahead and doing group stretch and flex. And a lot of our COVID compliance officers are also stretch and flex team people too. So in the end, they do a dual measure. They help us with that stretch and flex. The other thing that we're seeing on a lot of our projects, we're working a lot of hours. We're working at least 50 hours a week on every project, and some 60, 65. So, I mean, in the end, the extra hours also contributes to the soft tissue injuries. Does that answer your question, Jim?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, we appreciate it. Yeah, you're not the only one. I think the industry in whole is, at least in the U.S., is experiencing similar.
Yep.
So we're trying to get the flex and stretch back into order and still be able to do the social distancing, but some are not willing to do that, right? So it's been interesting, and the demographic is shifting for us on terms of bringing the more aged resources back to the job and not being able to be selective and putting them on certain jobs that protect them, because the productivity is down. As we're seeing productivity down, maybe it's more than 10%, as Elizabeth shared, and we're seeing availability significantly off. I would say 60%, 65% is probably in the range we're seeing. So you're putting whoever's willing to come to work, right? So it's becoming a challenge.
You're absolutely right, Jim.
Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it, Chris. Yep.
You bet. Okay. Joe, you want me to read the next question?
If you like, that's more direct, but if not, I can repeat it. Just state the person and the company.
Okay. Robert Wagner, we have seen craft adjusting to longer schedules. I see two responses. Rushing because of craft feel we are behind schedule, and craft taking the time to do more in cleanliness and due diligence towards safe, taking the time that schedule allows. I mean, what we're seeing too, guys, there is a lot of rushing going on, but with the guys in the rushing, you see people are more than willing to bend the rules. And we call that, and it's from the hearts and minds, is basically wolves in sheep clothing. Guys that know the procedures, they know what to do, but when the situation avails itself to them, they'll bend the rules to get the job done. And we got to keep pushing that safety message to balance out what that schedule message is, because people do feel the pressure from it being behind. So in the end, you just have to be aware of that in the end, everybody understands we're behind schedule, but you got to balance it with a strong safety message too.
Yeah, this is Rob. I put a second response in just below that, because number two is what we had talked with our CMO, and as Procter & Gamble and as our construction management organization, we own the schedule. It's our responsibility to share with the craft. You are not behind schedule. We are managing schedule. You need to focus on task at hand and remain that way. So number two, obviously, is the better response that we want the crews to act to. So I don't share it that we're behind schedule. I share it that we adjusted schedule, P&G and our construction leadership in order to make it safe for COVID. That's the way I
Robert,
thank you.
absolutely true. That schedule pressure shouldn't make it down to the guy in the field.
Okay. Chris, we do have a question up above from Gary Tomzak, International Paper.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that from the funding, and the answer for all of our projects, we have gone back for more funding for all the projects. And there is a COVID part of every cost that you go back for. So yes, we absolutely are seeing that in all of our projects. Gary, did you want to say anything more on that?
No, I was just wanting to point that out. We have had to do that as well. And I was just wanting to get an idea of the order of magnitude that you are. Is it a large enough number that you're going back and getting overruns, reauthorization? What are you having to do? How big of a problem is it for you?
Yeah. And to be honest, our management has been supportive on that and not beating us to death with those requests. They understand that there is a productivity problem, and what they go ahead and listen to is basically more what's the magnitude, not that you shouldn't have any type of impact, because they know you're going to.
That's a good question. I like to open it up. We have a few minutes. We're doing well on schedule. I like to open it up to the audience. Does anybody have a magnitude of perspective that they would like to share? And if you could just state your name and company and try to keep it as brief as possible. But if you'd like to share, that's part of the networking with CURT, is allowing us to take the opportunity, if we have a few minutes, to make those type of comments. So I like to open the floor if anybody does have a comment.
It's Rob Wagner, P&G, 8 to 12% on productivity against the craft effort hours. All PPE is paid for by the site and is not part of the project. We feel that will change once the sites realize that cost. We had a project in China. They used 170,000 masks to execute the project. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on the magnitude due to COVID? If you have any data to be able to share, in your company name and name. Okay, moving right along. We have one other question, Chris. It's from Colin Fitzgerald in Europe. Is COVID-19 fatigue becoming a factor on the U.S. side of projects?
I believe it is, and we basically have some projects actually working 7 days a week. We have 4 projects that are associated with getting a COVID-19 vaccine to the market. We require people that after they've worked 12 days straight, they have to take 2 days off. So, I mean, in the end, while we want to work 7 days a week and we do try to stagger it so we have people working every day of the week, we only allow people to work 12 days straight, and then you have to take 2 days off. So, I mean, in the end, there is a fatigue factor. People aren't able to breathe as much oxygen through a mask. And we have put down cool down stations where we brought in chillers, and we're cooling certain areas of the construction site to go ahead and help with that. We have break areas where we want people to take more breaks. But in the end, is there a fatigue factor associated with COVID-19? The answer is absolutely yes.
Okay, before I turn back to Elizabeth Sanborn, are there any last questions for the safety for Chris Dummermuth from Merck?
I have a question, Joe, Colin Fitzgerald here at PM Group, dialing in from Ireland. And maybe it's for the wider audience, not alone just Chris. Do we ever see a time coming where we'll be looking for testing to take place on our construction sites? And that's testing as a kind of an alternative to the PPE, the same as it's currently in place in a lot of offshore projects at the moment, where personnel are tested prior to going out to the oil rig or the gas rig. And is this something that is under consideration by any or some clients at the moment?
Chris, any data? And if not, we'll open it to the audience. I see you shaking your head no.
I don't really have any data on it. We have done some testing where we've had a couple, sites where we had a couple positive cases and the contacts were quite a bit. All of those get tested, but as far as a mass testing for everybody on a site, we haven't done anything like that yet. Not saying we won't.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Anybody else have any comments? Go ahead, Robert.
I was going to say, P&G, not at our sites directly, but at corporate office here, we have a policy where you can go and get yourself tested. So P&G has set up their own testing for if you've traveled and you want to get tested, you come back. So all of that, if you've been exposed to anywhere, so you can go down and volunteer and get tested. So we have that. That's outside of the local medical community. We do not allow contractors to go through that process. It is only Procter & Gamble people, though.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much. Let's give applause for Chris for his presentation. Appreciate it. I'd like to go back. Elizabeth, I see that you're off of mute.
Back.
And I'm
sorry about the sound problem.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry about the sound problem. I rebooted.
Oh, no worry at all. You did an outstanding presentation. Thank you. I do have 3 questions. First one coming from Chris Dummermuth. And the question is Merck Company. Can you break out engineering schedule slip when it is being done away from the project site versus being done on the project site? And
I haven't had the answer to the question, but can we? We certainly could. We have the data to say where the engineering is being done, like home office versus site versus also versus value centers.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see if the schedule slip is the same. We just finished about a $750 million of $1 billion project, and we did every piece of the engineering right on site. We put 250 designers at the site. We had enough room there to, in space to kind of accommodate that, and it kept us on schedule because we didn't have any real delays. Now, some of the detailed engineering got done.
Chris, yeah. I could look at that, and I will, because this is a topic that interests me. I scratched my head around why the engineering slip is less in Asia, and I thought perhaps, and it can be tested if it's a home office factor, because basically everyone co-located we know is associated with better project performance, but nobody's co-located anymore. That's kind of an old variable. But you're basically saying you are all co-located, and yes, they are often in Asia. They're that way as well.
So I'm just sort of interested to see what those numbers end up looking like. Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
No problem.
Okay. Next question, Elizabeth. It says unknown on chat box, but it's Gary Tomczak, International Paper. In the past, we saw project priorities focus primarily on cost and schedule in developing countries. Have you been able to pick up any shift towards safety and quality as higher priorities during the recent few years?
No, unfortunately, we haven't. And the safety data that comes in from lesser developed places still is inverted as ever. So we think of safety in a pyramid where the recordables and then the darts and then the fatalities at the top of the pyramid, and they're always inverted. The fatalities, because they show up in the newspaper, tend to be larger than the other two. So no progress there, unfortunately.
We have some time. Are there any other comments from any of the speakers?
I see a question here just because I can answer it.
Okay, yeah, please do. It's Colin Fitzgerald from PM Group.
Yeah, that's the one where the data come from, what sectors. So first of all, it's surveyed, so there's not actual data. It's survey data, but it's from 38 owner companies, and I'm looking at the list right now, and it's a number of oil and gas clients: Chevron, Exxon, Shell, Mole Group. A number of pharma clients, AstraZeneca, Merck. There's another one. There's some power clients: Southern Company, Sarawak Energy, some chemicals, Borealis, Eastman, Lyondell. So it's a wide variety of sectors. And actually, so back to Rob's comment about his 8 to 12% craft productivity loss. What I didn't point out in that graph that I showed is that the mean right now is 1.2 on 21% productivity loss, but the range there is 10 to 25. So that's also on that graph. So it sounds to me, Rob, like you're on the better end of that graph.
Yeah, Elizabeth, Colin Fitzgerald here of PM Group. I asked a question, and the reason I asked it is because we weren't seeing the productivity losses as high as you were stating within the life sciences sectors. That's just across our own selection
and
of
you're
projects
in Ireland?
now. Well, I'm speaking across Ireland, the UK, Europe, as well. So we weren't seeing it as being that high, and we would track on a weekly basis, our spent versus our earned hours with our trade partners. So at the start, the initial month, we were listening to a lot of gripe, I suppose, saying that we were going to be down this and that. But when it came to it, actually on the ground, and we tracked it, we weren't seeing it that high. Now, definitely there are across Europe, we were witnessing some restrictions because of the transient workforce across Europe and their ability to get to the projects. But that was overcome after a period of time, and we were managing
Schengen countries
get
opened
back.
up mobility. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, the extreme example that I gave, that was Hungary, and they had some mobility.
Yeah, and in fact, we would see a lot of the workforce across Europe, in fact, coming from the Eastern Bloc countries such as Hungary and adjacent countries to that. So it was just interesting to see your stats, and that's why I asked what sectors were they coming from. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And I'll quantify my numbers are mostly focused on North American construction at this time, and all of our sites in North America have CMOs, construction management organizations like Billfinger or Fluor, etc., at them. And so I would say we have experienced workers, so potentially they're responding easier or better, quicker to the change in schedules to allow us less loss.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to both of the speakers. What I like to do, we have a few minutes still before the noon hour. I would like to open it up to the audience on, are there any last minute questions for either of the speakers? Or do you have any additional data that you would wish to share of your company? If you could, state your name and company and what type of question you're going to be answering and sharing your perspective. That's part of the networking of CURT and the value if we were face to face in any of the areas. And we do have the opportunity. And if you would like to turn your video on, then we can see who is asking the question as well. So thank you. Anybody?
Joe, I have a question. Colin Fitzgerald, I just asked a question. A lot of the data that's been published in relation to the face masks has been published via Johns Hopkins in the US, and I'm just throwing it out there. Has anybody received any data in relation to the wearing of visors? Have they come across any published data? Because there's a lot of the workforce prefer to wear the full shield visor as opposed to wearing the face covering of in the format of a mask. I'm just wondering, has anybody seen published data out there?
Okay. I'd like to open that up to the audience. Does anybody have any experience on data for the mask as Colin asked?
Well, it's for the visor. There is data published by Johns Hopkins for the mask, so it's for the visors.
Yeah, I meant for the plastic visor, the visor. We'll see if we can find something out on that column and try to get back to you then from the CURT office, or we can post on CURT Ask CURT.
That would be great. Thank you.
Once again, last call for questions, and if not, what we will be doing is we will start in approximately 30 minutes on 12:30 Eastern time. In the meantime, we do have videos that will be showing of different, from international to modularization to a lot of the CURT events that are going on. Feel free to stay on or grab a lunch for those in the United States. And for the ones in Europe, thank you so much, and look forward. You can stay connected and then we will resume in 30 minutes. Let's thank both Elizabeth and Chris for great work. A virtual applause to both of you. Thank you, and look forward to the afternoon speakers and topics.
Thank you, Joe, and your team, and for a smooth transition to a different platform.
It was challenging, and you missed last Thursday, but we had a test with all the speakers, and my computer completely died. So it's been a hoop jump since Friday to get a new computer, get it downloaded, and I thank the CURT office for all their support in making this happen for me. So thank you.
And thank you, everybody.
Reconnect in 30. I'm going to stay on if you have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a just an overview of how to use CURT in this international committee, how I have used it in the past, and just wanted to walk people through that, and bring you through a few of the things I've done with this group and how it's helped me, and ask you to think about using this organization more in this way if you like, and especially those of you who are going into new regions of the world that maybe you've never worked in before. That's been my background for the last number of years, maybe the last 15 years, has been working in foreign regions like these that I've got up here, Brazil and India and Russia and Asia, and most recently Madrid, Spain. And one of the things that I was able to do when I was asked to develop a new project in a new region was network with a few CURT people who had been working in that region. And it was a huge help in getting my boots on the ground, getting off the ground, and learning what works, what doesn't work. That's kind of what this is, a testimonial around that, and encouragement of all of you guys to think through if you want to do anything like this. When you go into a new project in a new region, there's 1,000 questions, and what I would do is put together the list of questions that I had, and I would canvass the CURT organization and ask them, who's doing business or who's doing projects, in this region or that region. And I always get back, a few really good replies and people who were very willing to help. And I would walk through a list of questions and worries I had, and what works. And the bottom line is, what are others doing, and what are they learning that works, and what are the watch outs, and all of that. And I think those of you who have gone into a new region, you will recognize this as being a major effort, and usually it's a couple of years of background work, boots on the ground. But if you can network with people who are doing business there and who are developing projects on the order of what you're planning on doing, it's a really big help getting off the ground. And this is the way I'd normally do it is I'd make a list of who can I meet with locally, do a lot of project visits, benchmarking and looking at who does what locally, asking the locals. I know when most recently I went into India, that was a couple-year process, and beginning to feel comfortable about how things are really done, who really does what. Got a lot of big help out of CURT, though. There's a few CURT members who had been working in India, for example, and gave me a lot of good advice about how things really are done there. And we had a couple of forums in India, which I kind of co-hosted and co-led and helped develop the agenda, around the questions that I had and the issues that I was having. And we had a really good group of people who came together a couple of times in India, again, using that as an example, and really helped me a lot get my project work advanced. I felt a lot better about doing cost estimates, making project plans, because I had the backing of a few large companies and a few large projects that had actually been done there, and it was just very helpful to me, and it got us going a lot faster than if we would have just had to kind of plod along on our own. This is just looking back. This is a history of where we have held international forums over the past 8 years. I've been co-chair for just about that long, or at least I joined the international group about 8 years ago, and that's where my records are here. And you can, we've been in 8 countries over the past 8 years. You can read the list there. And again, China and Asia, I was doing a good bit of work there, and I attended these forums, and I thought they were very helpful. The progression over the years was very interesting to see. I asked the question earlier about the priorities of projects. And one of the things that I noticed in Asia was that quality, as well as EHS issues, were rising in priority. At least with the multinational companies, that was always a priority. But even locally, it was rising over these years that I worked there. And those were things that we talked about at the forums. Was, how do we get better in the environmental and health areas with projects, and how do you balance off the focus on cost and timeline that is predominant in the local culture? And that applied with India, applied with Brazil, where I had done a lot of work in those 3 countries. And I know we heard that maybe there hasn't been a lot of progress, but the projects that I have worked on and the work I've done in those regions, I think there has been progress there, where we're elevating health and environment appropriately. These are the past 8 years where we have been, and right now the group we're looking at Europe for the first quarter of next year. That has been, kind of the planning that we've had. We've thought about regions, countries and all that, but probably it's going to be virtual. Looks like that's most likely where we're going to be yet, and that's the current planning that we have right now. Okay. This whole presentation is about networking with a purpose, and we hear that a lot with CURT, and that's really what this is about. Is if you're going into an international region, a new region, this is the greatest way to get your boots on the ground and get an advance and jump on what you have to do. And what I would always do is again, make my list, and I would ask people in my company, what are the issues that we have. And I worked with the CURT organization, and when we had the forums, in the countries that I had an interest in that I was working on, I would work to shape the agenda. You know, what are the topics that I have most interest in, and my company, what are the issues we're having, and let's make the agenda and the topics that we talk about around that. And then, you know, while we're having these workshops, you know, we make contact with the other owners and people there, and look at the locals. We would invite a lot of locals into those meetings, and we actually had good attendance with locals in China and in India and in Brazil. The meetings that I was mostly involved in, we had a lot of good attendance with locals, and I think it helped give them a better view of what we're doing globally, and it also helped me learn about, you know, how do people get things done locally. And then once the meetings were over, it was important that you go back and you compile the learnings. You know, what were the learnings, and bring it out with your colleagues and your management. I know I presented a lot upwards about what we learned at the CURT meetings with my upper management. And here's how we need, you know, to progress here. And here's what other companies are doing, and here's what they've learned. This is the path I think we should go. And then, you know, obviously I kept up a network of people who were working in those regions with me. Oh, just to wrap it all up, you know, I think that these international meetings like this, and our quarterly meetings that we have with our team, can really help you get your international projects in a better place than if you just did it on your own, or you just worked your normal channels. I think it's a great opportunity to, you know, to network with a purpose, to get a broader view of what's going on in the foreign regions. And, you know, what I have learned is that that anybody I've asked, you know, with CURT has been more than capable and willing to help me. They're, you know, they go out of their way to help me and call me back and give me additional messages and things that, you know, follow up and all of that. It's been really a great group of people to work with. And, you know, at the end of the day, we all have a list of issues when we go globally. And, you know, learning off of each other is obviously a great way to go. So as we look ahead, now, as I mentioned, we're looking at a virtual forum, a European forum, the first quarter of next year. And what I'd ask, just to open it up now a little bit, is, you know, what regions are most active with you all? You know, where are you, you know, looking? Are there new regions that you're going into? Do you want help in those regions? Do you need to network with individuals in those regions? And then, you know, are there other areas that we, as the CURT International Committee, ought to be looking at? And, you know, you look at the topics we have on the agenda here today. Do you guys have other questions or issues that you would like us, you know, to be working on and bringing out in these forums? So with that, Joe and Chris, I would open it up for network.
What I'd like to do is open it up to the audience for replying to that. Typically, if we can mute someone.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to mute mine now.
Bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it doesn't give me that now.
Okay.
It's, yeah.
Not as bad. Typically what we do is we put a survey out in the fall. That is one way to get in, excuse me, get input from the CURT member companies. Also, another advantage of the summit networks when they're held overseas, it allows CURT member companies that are functioning globally to send your colleagues and peers to the location that we're hosting there. So we're looking for host companies to sponsor the events overseas. It could be either at a hotel or a conference center or at your home office or a satellite office over there. We've done all of the above. And it brings a nice sized group for very great direct interaction. So what we'd be interested in is we do cover the typical topics of technology, lean, safety, productivity, and quality and workforce. But we'd be interested in specifically what learnings you're having from those regions. So if you have any input now, that would be very helpful for the group in planning for 2021. So I'd like to open the mic up to anybody in the audience today. Or if you have any other suggestions, please, your input's valuable.
Hey, Joe, this is Jim. Just a suggestion here, because there's a lot of best practices that are obviously existing, not just, in the US and Europe, is best practices that are all around the globe. And I've had the fortune of, like you and perhaps Gary, to be working in many of these places. One of the things we've done in SABIC in the spirit of sharing best practices, we've developed a global project management manual for each specific region. And this is maybe something CURT can think about. It's kind of like a blueprint series. So you go to China and here's the list of do's and don't do's. Here's a list of, best practices. Here's some of the contacts you need to make. You're going into Shanghai, you're going into Shenzhen, for example. And that manual is kind of a reference point for new companies that are, getting ready to venture out in a global way to do projects on different parts of the world. We found that to be quite useful. The challenge is to keep it updated because we know the regulatory environment is constantly changing. So an example on permits, if we had good documented, information on permits, for example, in China or Singapore, wherever in the world, because they all differ, that would be quite helpful, I think, to the owner base. So we all go up that learning curve, as an example, every time we go and do a new project somewhere in the world. So that's a suggestion that we might think about how we get kind of similar documentation and order. Maybe CURT could be kind of a sponsor or facilitator of that. And I know as an owner, I would have value because, like Gary, we've kind of learned on our own going up that journey. So it's a suggestion.
Okay. Gary, Chris, any comments, or I can build on that?
Yeah.
Build on that. One of the items that I've used in the past is from CII. It was the Global Passport, and it's a master checklist of things to consider as you do the early front-end engineering planning for projects going overseas, as well as, Jim, not to the level of detail that you just shared on best practices, but the things that your company should touch base upon to consider having the discussion is what are your company's best practices as you go into these countries of learning, and then generating the questions, those 1,000 questions that Chris or Gary started his conversation with today, is generating those standard questions and then asking in today's date, what are the learnings that you're getting? Because when you get to a lot of the politics or a lot of the standards and specs, they're changing constantly in the companies. And for any organization to maintain anything like that, I found is extremely difficult. But being able to ask the right questions at the right time to the right resource of people that are available to us all brings the value that we've seen. And there is that global passport under the CII webpage that we have access to as CURT members to do that. So that is one recommendation I would have to the audience if you're considering that. And that's something CURT can consider, maybe taking that and seeing what we have to polish up or tailor to the CURT member companies as we move forward too as well. So that food for thought, again, just throwing it out on the table.
That's good. Yeah, that's good, Joe.
Any, looking for other comments from the audience? Okay, Gary, I do not see any questions in the chat box. Very well done. Let's give Gary an applause. And I'd like to go ahead and move to our next speaker. Thank you, Gary, for all your support. I'd like to move to Kent Smith, Jacobs Engineering, for an update on the use and benefits of high-value offshore engineering centers. Kent, I see you. Can we hear you?
Hey, Joe. How are you today?
Excellent. Thank you.
Good.
And, how will we be walking you through to get your presentation up? Greg?
Question for you. I use a couple of screens. So when I go to share my screen, do I select entire screen or a window?
Entire screen.
Okay.
And then there should be a box that pops up at the top of your screen. And
Yep.
click on that. And as long as your presentation's open, it's coming up very well. And you are live. Ken Smith, Manufacturing Vice President and General Manager of Jacobs Engineering. Welcome, Kent. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe. And thanks, Gary, for the invitation to join the meeting today and the opportunity to share some thoughts with you folks. It's a pleasure. Just reflecting on your presentation there, Gary. I've always lived in the U.S. myself, but certainly done a lot of business around the world. And whether you're trying to execute projects in northern China, southeast China, Brazil, Mexico, so many different things to experience. And of course, they've each evolved over time as well. I realized myself that CURT was such an international organization. And Jacobs, of course, has been a part of the organization for some time. So I'll look forward to seeing how we can both support the organization going forward and also learn myself as we venture around the world. So again, happy to be here with you today, folks. As Joe mentioned, I've been actually been with Jacobs for over 25 years. I started with Lockwood Green back in 1994, which was acquired by CH2M Hill in 2004. And then, of course, Jacobs acquired CH2M in 2017. So by default, I've been with Jacobs for 25 years, albeit through a number of companies that have been acquired by CH2M and Jacobs over the time. A little bit of further background about myself. I was educated as an architect from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, and spent a very short period of time as an architect and went back to school in chemical engineering, became a chemical engineer. Which is how I started with Lockwood Green about 25 years ago as an associate process engineer. So a number of the things that I'm going to share with you guys here today reflects my experience with offshore engineering and design from primarily a U.S. perspective. So it may differ from some of your experiences as well. Reflecting back in the 90s when I started my career, our focus at Lockwood Green was primarily in Latin America, both in Mexico and Argentina. And more emphasis on design at that time, as opposed to conceptual and preliminary engineering. A lot of work then was more red to black CAD support, piping design, completing specification data sheets, and a lot of lower level design work. But we've come a long way over the past couple of decades or so. As we moved into the late 90s and 2000s, and our technical capabilities and engineering resources became more abundant, Jacobs and CH2M both invested very heavily, but in different parts of the world. Jacobs invested very heavily in India, which was spawned primarily from our growth in the oil and gas markets. And CH2M invested in Poland, specifically in Krakow. That has been our center of excellence within the CH2M and now Jacobs organization for buildings and infrastructure for a number of years now. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a couple minutes. From 2005 to 2015, in my experience, most of our mid to large size projects, particularly in the private sector, included anywhere from 15 to 50% what we call global integrated delivery or offshore engineering and design. You know, unless a project was restricted to using only U.S. European employees because of intellectual property protection or national secrets, we almost always try to use a GID component or a HVAC component. Very rare for any private sector project to not have some sort of component. So as we think about what's next and going into the 2020s, some countries that have been developing countries for a long time are now becoming pretty well developed, which means any significant design organization, whether it's Jacobs or our peers and competitors, need to be thinking about where our next GID or high value execution center is going to be, because those costs do escalate. This slide shows our global integrated delivery, as we call it, primarily our high value execution or global design centers, as we call them, in Krakow and in India, a number of offices there, really focused on multi-project execution. It's very rare that we do a project within one office anymore. We're trying to look around the world as much as we can to deliver projects locally, wherever they may be. Not just in the US, but Europe, Australia, as well as many other places around Southeast Asia as well. Several of our global delivery centers are specifically aligned to offices or specific businesses in the US, Europe, and Australia. That helps us provide consistency and helps us build long-term relationships between our teams. The manufacturing division, which I'm responsible for, is very closely aligned, and we exclusively partner with our Mumbai office. We have approximately 500 employees that support our global manufacturing business there in Mumbai. So the diagram shows a number of our centers, the largest of which, as I mentioned, are in India and in Poland, but total around 2,500 staff globally. And these are large multidiscipline offices strategically located to support international project execution around the globe. Some of you may be familiar with Jacobs, a pretty large organization today, about 50,000 employees globally, supporting a lot of both public and private sector markets. And our global design centers around the world, particularly in India and Poland, support each of these markets and sectors in one way or another. Some of these markets are really cyclical, particularly electronics, life sciences, pharmaceutical, and the manufacturing markets that I support. And GID has been critical for us in maintaining a more stable workforce in our domestic locations, whether it be in the US, Europe, or Australia. I'll point out also in the bottom left of the screen, you see US federal and government. Our Krakow office, we made quite a bit of an effort a few years ago to make it a federal government compliant facility. So we have FAR rates in place there in order to support federal work for the US government as well. It's a great benefit for the company. Just focus a little bit on the benefits and the lessons learned. Some are more obvious than others. But global integrated delivery goes a long way, as I mentioned before, in building stability in our US and European and Australian operations in the workforce, where attrition and turnover costs are usually the highest. Those cost efficiencies are almost exclusively passed on to customers these days. It's necessary for us to remain competitive as an engineering service provider. It's not a profit enhancer the way it was in the early days of high value execution centers. From a leadership perspective, it's got to be clear that GID for our company is an absolute priority. And it must be a part of everyday business at all levels in the company. I visit our Mumbai office 2 or 3 times a year, and I view our manufacturing employees there the same as I do our employees in the US and Europe. When I think about what we've learned the most over the past 25 years, it's a critical need for building and maintaining trust that stands out more than anything to me among our teams at really all levels, as I mentioned before. With good relationships in place, our teams don't want to let each other down, which can negatively impact work sharing in the future. So it's very important to impress upon new team members the importance of building and maintaining that trust as well, developing good relationships from the very beginning. Driving a vision of one team is very, very important. It helps us break down the walls that limited communication in the past led to some poor quality that Jacobs and many of our competitors and peers have experienced as well, and limited the breadth of work that we can execute from some of these global design centers. So I can't say enough about how important it is to build and develop trust, minimize surprises, establish expectations, and hold folks accountable to them. The COVID pandemic has also awakened us even more to the world and almost has provided a more level playing field for everyone, because it's become the norm for all of you on this call and for me as well to meet virtually in face-to-face communications, whether you're on Teams or Zoom or Google Meet or whatever it may be. 2 of our employees may be talking and communicating between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the same as 2 employees between India and Greenville, South Carolina. seeing each other face to face and being able to talk is critically important. And it's important to do it on a weekly and day-to-day basis in many cases, at the design level, at the project level, and also at the leadership level. Specific GID planning, particularly the scope and the schedule, begins way before these projects are proposed upon and won. That's one of the other key things that we've learned. And last but not least, I can't say enough about how important it is to have common design tools. It's an absolute must, but not only is it important to have the same tools, it's really beneficial to train our teams in India, in Krakow, Poland, in the US, to have them participate as much as possible in the same training classes so that they're learning and growing together. I think this is my last slide, Joe. I just want to talk a little bit about the experiences we've had in Poland and in India. In Krakow, I've been associated with Krakow as a CH2M employee now for really almost 20 years. And the workforce there is very, very well educated, as many of you may know, strong work ethic and loyalty. It really encourages us to invest more and more in our employees there. And in fact, we've grown that office in Krakow from early days of 150, 200 people to now more than 1,200 staff. Most of the technical folks there have master's degrees in engineering or architecture or whatever their technical field may be. The Krakow office has served as our buildings and infrastructure center of excellence since the late 2000s. The time zone there, GMT +2, is pretty helpful as well. We benefit from an overlap in the workday of 3 to 4 hours, depending on the time of year in the eastern US, which is really conducive to holding morning communication meetings, coordination meetings, training sessions, and what have you. The costs have been pretty stable in Poland too in recent years. The talent's strong and very competitive, but we're fortunate to benefit from mild inflation and mild wage growth there. Establishing expectations and reviewing them regularly, regardless of whether it's Krakow or one of our offices in India, is extremely important. I can't emphasize that enough. India, on the other hand, has long been our center of excellence for process industry work, whether it's process, piping, INC, very, very strong capabilities in smart plant, PDS, as well as Revit. And the unique thing about our HVACs in India is they execute a significant amount of work domestically. Roughly 30 to 40% of their work on an annual basis is executed for in-country or domestic Indian clients. So those folks are working directly with clients, they're meeting with clients in their offices, they're familiar with their gated processes and what it's like to work directly with clients. And that's unique to India for us, because our Krakow location is largely a high value execution center or global design center, largely for offices in the US, Europe, and Australia. Again, the India folks are very, very familiar with gated processes, FEL work. The challenge there is that wages have escalated considerably in the last decade or so. And eventually, one can only assume they will reach somewhere close to what they are in the US today. Our ongoing challenge is to achieve an execution model where we're doing 70% of our work in these global domestic design centers versus a 70% GID, 30% domestic or home office model, versus where we tend to be today. When you look at the overall project portfolio, it's about 70% domestic office execution and 30% GID. Joe, I think that's about all I have to share. Any questions or comments from the group?
Okay, at this time, I've received no comments on chat. Are there any from the audience? And if not, what we're going to do is we can move to Robert Wagner, Procter & Gamble, and then come back to both of yous at the end. And then we do have opportunity later on in the event, Kent, if you're able to stay on longer, to do that as well. Any questions for Kent over audio?
Kent, this is Gary Tomczak. I was writing a question on chat, and you answered it just at the end there. What is a typical breakdown of engineering work you can provide? And you gave that. I was wondering, what are the components of that? I mean, what do you focus on when you think of providing work out of your high value engineering centers? you thinking of piping and valving, or what is the typical type of work, and what are the limits there that you have?
Excellent. That's an excellent question, Gary, and I appreciate the question. I'm going to back up here to one of the slides earlier. When I say 30% GID and 70% domestic, that's overall project portfolio level. We have a number of projects, and they're quite frankly few and far between, where 75+% of the work is done in a global design center, whether it's in Krakow or one of our locations in India, and a much smaller piece done in either Europe or the US. Those are not the norm. But unlike in the early 90s, when we first started with high value execution, all phases of the project are part of the project. So having the GDCs involved very early on in schematic and concept design, particularly FEL3. We like to get them engaged at the FEL2 phase, but at the latest in FEL3. Back in the 90s, it was the norm to engage them in detailed design and carry out a lot of the repetitive type tasks. But today, it's absolutely critical to get them involved in the FEL3 phase. And in addition to just the design phase, they also do a lot of support with regard to project controls, scheduling, not so much planning, but scheduling, and document control. We're actually handling a number of projects, doing almost all the document control, of course, electronically, and a lot of that work being done in either India or Krakow. And then sales support as well, helping and supporting some of what we call sales operations or inside sales, development of proposals, responses, spearheaded in our domestic locations, but the back end supported out of our global design centers. So good question. I appreciate that. I hope I answered that for you, Gary.
Okay.
Yeah, you did. Just a quick follow-up. What are you observing in the foreign countries? So like India or Asia, what kind of cross-pollination is happening there? Or are you performing it all locally? Are you bringing over US engineering there? What does that look like?
That's a good question. Our experience just over the past 3 or 4 months, Gary, a few comments there. Domestic work in India has slowed down quite a bit. And actually, our work sharing from the US has ramped up quite a bit. Just a couple of examples for you. We often have technical department meetings and training sessions at lunch. And one of the reasons we do that, of course, is people don't have to charge their time. We feed them lunch in exchange for them participating in that training. And because of that, the time zone doesn't work out such that we can have our counterparts in Poland. It's a little late in their day, but in India, it's very difficult for them to participate. Now that we're all working virtually, we've started having all of our technical department meetings in the Eastern US at 8 o'clock in the morning. So our India counterparts are able to join us and participate in the department meetings. And it's really helped us go to the next level in coordination and feeling a part, being one team. So that's a nice benefit. Our work sharing has gone up dramatically just over the past 4 or 5 months. And quite frankly, some of that is because of attrition here in the US, workload turning down a bit and forcing us to rely more on our global design centers to support us. See, there's one other comment I was going to share there. Training as well, just being able to train together. And, I had used Teams before, and I'll say I rarely used the video before the pandemic. But now it seems like every day I'm in front of this camera, in front of the computer, and as much as I have to force myself to get up and go for a walk, it almost seems like it's brought us a bit closer together around the world. Because, like I said before, sometimes other than accents and a little bit of cultural, you could be on the phone with someone that's from India in Pittsburgh, and you can't tell the difference of whether they're sitting in Mumbai or Delhi. And so it's all brought us a little bit closer together, which is certainly helping our execution, but it's also helping us with those relationships and that trust that I talked about before.
Okay. Kent, I did receive one question on chat. It's from Ernie Mashner from Victaulic. I've heard some issues with India staff moving among companies and decreasing the value of the GID because of the retraining. Do you have any perspective or comments on that?
I do. Yeah, that's been a challenge for a lot of companies. We have not suffered from it dramatically, particularly in Mumbai. Some of the life sciences work has been very, very challenging, which is largely centered in Delhi for us. And Gary, one of the other things I was going to mention is the first 4 weeks or so of everybody having to go home and work in India was a challenge. They don't have the same support for wireless internet. It's not unusual for many family members to live in the same household. So working from home there is very, very different than it is here. But after that first 4 to 6 weeks, we were really able to get our teams supplied with office supplies and to be able to help them get their internet upgraded so that they're able to support more. We have not had a substantial amount of attrition over the past 6 months in India, but as the gentleman pointed out from Vitalik, it's more of a challenge in India. It's a more of a competitive marketplace than some of the other locations around the world. Definitely far more competitive than it is in Krakow, Poland.
Ernie, did that answer your comment and question? Great, thanks.
Thanks, Ernie.
Okay. Kent, thank you very much. If you can hang on, we're going to go ahead and provide the opportunity for Rob Wagner to share Procter & Gamble's Procter & Gamble's learnings on this as well. Rob, back to you. You're on mute. Okay, at the bottom of your screen, you should see your picture, and there would be a red mute sign. If you could click that, there you go.
Yeah, I was trying to load the presentation, so it was hung up, so I couldn't do both at once. Sorry.
No problem.
I'm trying to share this, and it won't share. Share your entire screen, and it won't share.
Okay, share. Oh, okay. Do you have your PowerPoint pulled up?
I do.
Okay, if you could go to the bottom of your screen, and then it should say share entire screen. And then at the top of your screen, a box should show like the window or the windows. You have to click that box, and then it says share screen.
Okay, so print, it says present now, your entire screen.
Right. And then
share your entire screen.
And then hover towards the top of your screen. There should be like a box that'll show you a window, like a window picture in that. If you click that, and then it said share screen. No?
No, it's got to share your entire screen. It's got a button that says share, but it's grayed out and it won't let me click it.
Okay, there should be a black box in there. Do you see a black box within that window?
Nope. Oh, there we go. This one?
I can't see it, but I believe you see it. And then you should see your PowerPoint somewhere in that screen. There you go.
I think it's going now.
You're doing good. Excellent.
No. I don't know what the heck happened. I have 1,000.
Rob sent a lot of emails to everybody, that's for sure.
Palmer, can you share his screen or share his PowerPoint for him?
I am doing that right now.
Yes, thank you.
Well, Rob,
I don't know why it went to infinity, but it did. But
I learned something new again.
What?
You're doing great. Thank you. Okay, I see your screen, and Greg is doing it. If you can advance, Greg, through the slides as you present.
Okay. Thank you. Offshore. Okay, I'll start. Offshore engineering, it's a journey. And I want to say, as an owner, and I guess, Joe, we've been back and forth a bit, but I'm Rob Wagner. I work for Procter & Gamble. I've been an employee for 30 years now, mostly in engineering. I am recognized as construction master, cost engineering master, and project management mastery certified within P&G. I had worked closely with HHC when we were looking at the offshore journey, so my experience goes back to this. It's interesting because we are using, I guess it is now Jacobs with the Krakow, and so that's in my presentation as well here. So it's interesting that the link together. But at the end of it all, or to start all this process off, is we wanted to jump in the pool. In early 2000s, P&G wanted to jump in the pool of offsite or offshore engineering, I should say, not offsite. And then in between 2008 and 2017, we were adjusting and assessing. And we went through this plan, do, check, act, We had talked earlier in one of the presentations about that. And so I think in the 2020s, we are more here purposeful and direction forward as a company, a privately owned company. Next slide. Greg? There, thank you. Okay, so the first things you really want to do as an owner, you want to learn like why the W5s. So, and the question we had, who was very interested in wanting to explore offshore engineering. So you have to understand as a company, where's this request coming from? What is the actual need? So get that clear. Are you buying commodity engineering? Or are you buying full service engineering? Is this a pilot or a test? And then, of course, define what does success look like for your offshore. If it's a savings, as I say, are you cutting money? So what's the success criteria for that, and define that as an owner. Next. So positive experience and clear definition. We experienced good results with low cost offshore design. And this goes back to a comment here in blue, is through the use of a full service local provider. That is and I put Poland in there, so without any names listed, we know who that is now. And we have found excellence, and that is something that we've come to this 2020 position at. It wasn't something we had done in the early phase. There was a long learning curve, and we just determined, P&G, we did not want to manage or could not manage the contractor themselves directly. So we moved to a full service local provider, i.e. like Jacobs or CH2M Hill. So what we have found is, and it's already mentioned here, the resources in Poland are definitely highly capable, and they produce quality work. And in fact, I want to comment, they offered, and it goes back to their training, they offered design improvements for us even. They weren't just delivering what we wanted, they were delivering new ideas for us and helping us to build in an IPD world. Next. The pluses. Well, we understand the need and benefit, and we thought at first of us just hiring directly an offshore engineering company. In this particular case, we were looking at India mostly, and we thought, well, surely the learning curve would be fast. That was not true. Other peer companies leading. Well, we went and looked at other companies. Procter & Gamble is a very large company. We looked at other peers. There were other companies that were already doing this. In our local neighborhood, GE is here in town. We looked at them, we talked to them what they were doing, and they were some of the early adopters of offshore engineering. So we mimicked looked at a lot of the actions they were doing and followed them as a peer. Faster design delivery. That was something that was sold to us. It was called hot seat design, where the engineering company in India would have their designers work around the clock. Basically, as an 8-hour or 10-hour, 12-hour shift ended, the designer would leave his drawings online and a second person would come in and take up the work. So we had pretty much what was called 24-hour design. That never really worked. It didn't function correctly. We seem to have lost a lot of, well, it was sold as a plus, but it really wasn't coming across as that for us. What I have discovered, engineering design is consistent around the world. Mathematical formulas work here and they work overseas as well. It's the same. We all as engineers use the same calculations. I have discovered that working with the Italians. Everything's in metric, but when I do calculations to pounds and feet, it comes out to be exactly the same design. So I like that. Next. Another more pluses. It creates a competitive reaction. And I say that because what was happening was we were looking at a P&G for offshore because we think there was a complacency among our local firms and almost a sense of entitlement to do the Procter & Gamble work. And so this was going to create a competitive reaction within the community of designers that work with us and say, hey, we can get this cheaper. It also creates a new set of eyes. I mentioned the Krakow, Poland. You know, it diversifies your vision, and that's a good thing. It gives you alternative to look at and new ideas, fresh ideas coming in. new technologies offer a promise. So I would say things like the 3D modeling, 5G, scanning and BIM, and all of these things that are coming forward in this post-COVID world of electronics, I only think are going to make it more positive for using offshore. As was mentioned earlier, the communication is much more streamlined now. Capable people are available. Offshore companies have a huge supply of capable resources. We realize that. Next. Deltas. Well, we look to apply to all services. So back in 2005 through 8, we said, we'll do everything with offshore. Well, that didn't quite work out. We sorted out our needs and found the right niche solution. So it wasn't that they could do everything. There ended up being a very high rate of rework. And originally it was said, oh, well, rework would be covered, no problem, because their costs are so much lower than North American engineering resources that it would easily make up for it. Well, the problem was that there was so much rework, and we did not realize the amount of work that would be required by P&G to help correct those. And so we were floundering because we didn't have the people to go and help in the correction of it. It made, so high turnover. That was mentioned, I think, by a comment. We saw significant levels of high turnover in offshore resources. Literally, we're almost training people on a monthly basis, and it created a huge continuous cycle of training resources. An Indian resource, an engineer would get a few months experience with P&G, that would go on their resume, and they would leave. They would be able to sell themselves of having worked for an American company, and they're off to a different company, and that's what we found. Now, has that changed? I can't say for sure. It sounds like, from what I heard from Jacobs today, that they have leveled that off. We've had good success. What we've done is we go through now Jacobs. We don't go and hire the companies directly. So Tata, et cetera, we're not hiring them, bringing them in as much as we used to. Our purchasing leverage was too small. I mentioned Tata. Some of these Indian companies are absolutely huge, and we're like 3% of their sales. They're not interested in leveraging us. And P&G is huge, and you would think that we were looking now, we changed the focus of trying companies that would allow us to go and help with leverage. Another one is engineering drawings require stamped drawings here in North America. They probably do I'm going to say globally as well. And we were having a very hard time getting offshore companies. They did not have the capability to supply PN stamped drawings, or that it had to go back through a review here in North America, and specifically the PE stamps are, as you're well aware, in the US here, state to state. So even if I have a PE stamp from Maine, I can't use it here in Cincinnati. I have to go and get it stamped here, unless the company has the access or all of North America PE, and most don't. So that's something to go and consider too, is that when you have to have standards stamped on, whether that's because of safety, things like seismic loads and all of that, and the confirmations. Next. North American design specifications. At the beginning, and this goes back to my experience in 2005, the offshore suppliers had absolutely no idea what North American design specs were. I'm going to say 15 years later, they certainly do now, but this was a very long learning curve for us. It took a long time for us to try to go and figure out that. And as I said, we planned to do check act, and finally are at a niche position working with Jacobs and others in order to go and help deliver. Owner design standards unknown. So P&G has our own drawing packages, the way we want things done, the way we store our drawings, if you want to call it a BIM. It's all specific to P&G, and we found that the engineering companies offshore did not know that. Our local engineering companies do, but the offshore ones did not know, and that was a long learning curve as well to get them to deliver it in the formats that we wanted. Language and communication was initially a barrier. We needed to be able to communicate our scope. I have had experiences where I have provided technical base plans in English, and I was waiting. It would take like 2 weeks to get a response to a question, and I discovered they were translating everything into the language of the local country, having their engineers look at it and then respond back. So it was taking a long time to get things done. That's just something to be aware of as an owner. Culture can be a barrier. Often when the languages are not English or their first language is not English, a nod or a yes from a vendor or an engineer at a meeting or does not mean full understanding. It means I heard you. And often there's a politeness that goes with that as well. And so they don't want to say no. So just be aware that a nod does not mean yes. Back to that one, long learning curve. The value equation now today within P&G is finally correct. Next. So finally, I think it's close to my last slide. Learnings. As our technical resources get less and less, we're all in a productivity improvement mode. At P&G for sure, I'm sure we all are across North America. We do more and more projects with less and less of our own people. So the tolerance for rework becomes lower and lower. So therefore, you need to ensure that not just is the cost low, but what happens is we did not account for the effort to catch up and manage this rework. So that's something to be aware of just in case that does happen for you. As an owner, us managing the engineering is a bad idea. We now utilize firms such as full service suppliers like Jacobs to manage and leverage our offshore work, and that works well. We experience significant designer resource turnover. I would see a Tata engineer at our building here in Whitten Hill, and 2 weeks later he's gone, and where'd he go? Well, he left the company. And that created a continuous cycle of retraining for us. This was both for site contacts and also for design teams at home offshore offices. My understanding is the home office would not pay them very well. And so once they get experience, they'd be able to move along quickly. So, and one of my engineers said it was almost became a meme that work for our projects, our P&G projects, was really a resume builder for people. Next. The end. Questions? Thank you.
Right now, I have no questions on chat. I'd like to open it up to the audience if there are any questions or any comments or any learning share that you could share from your company. Anybody?
Hey, Joe, this is Kent, and I just wanted to comment to Robert. Appreciate the positive comments about Krakow. I will say, as a former CH2M employee, our experiences, you may recall, CH2M had an office in India, and our experience at CH2M was similar to what you described. And I'll be honest, I was not a fan of offshore or high value engineering from India until I became a part of the Jacobs network. And that's not a sales pitch. I'm just saying they made significant investments there. And we often make the decision to utilize Mumbai over Krakow. As great as a high-value execution center as Krakow is, and it's top-notch. Really depends on the nature of the project. As I mentioned, for India, we primarily go there for process work, with buildings and infrastructure primarily in Krakow. But it's a very similar experience, actually. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, the positive, I do want to go on. I shared it as a 15-year learning curve. And so I agree with you. I think, and I feel today that India, we were going directly to Tata and some of the well, not price, they're high, like large scale engineering companies in the early days. And Joe knows that as well. And we were not getting the success that we see or wanted or expected. We now are seeing that. And like I say, the partnerships have changed. And if you saw my presentation, I said niche. We have found our niche of how we want to utilize, and I agree with you. And I'm aligned to using resources from India. I have absolutely no issue with that. But I think in a manner that is tempered, like you said, we do not want to get involved in managing them directly anymore, I think. Or if it is, it's going to be a niche that purchasing has figured out what to go and do. You see, so I think, GE helped us as well. General Electric helped us as well to understand that. And we saw them, and they were already, when they were talking to us, they were evolving away from the large engineering companies, because they too were seeing we're not getting our fair share of leverage. We're big clients, but we're not getting leverage because we're only 5% of their overall business. And if you're that, you're not going to get a say at the table. You know what I mean? And so they were looking for smaller engineering companies. And the capability is there. It's just a matter of getting that, and I said that value equation correct. And it's no longer just cost savings, I think, is the value equation, is what I have to say. And we've discovered that by the amount of rework that we've had to do over the years. But overall, thank you.
Kent, Rob, outstanding job. Some background, I was prior Procter & Gamble, 2000 global construction. As Rob knows, I went through all those hardcore learnings early on from 2000 to 2010 when we were expanding globally with P&G and at an enormous race. And it was a real challenge. It really, really was. You had to keep your spirits up, and working with all the companies you named, and I cannot mention any names now that I'm outside of P&G, but all the companies you named, I've dealt with them all. I've traveled globally to those engineering centers over in India and Poland and in Latin America, and it's come a long way. So I applaud both of you for a great presentation and update on what your companies are doing and keeping it moving forward. What I like to do is, if you have questions, we will have opportunity later on. So think about any more questions you may have. Gary, I can ask your question now, or I can wait. What would you like? Gary Tomczak?
It's up to you, Joe.
Okay, let's take a minute now and do it. Dan, we have time. We will not shortchange you, Dan, but I like to just go ahead and keep the momentum on this one last question. Gary Tomczak asked to both you guys, could you expand on how big of a challenge it was to implement your global specs and standards and designs from your high value engineering centers? I'll let Kent, maybe you go first, and then Rob. How's that?
Sure. I think Robert said it best. It's been a journey, and it's been a 20+ year journey. It's training and training, retraining was something that was painful for all of us in the late 2000s and up really until 2015. I really feel like we started to hear stride and make a lot of progress in 2015. Specifications, vary tremendously from project to project. And a reason for that is a lot of our clients have specifications that are specific to them. And so I tend to refer back to a case-by-case basis, but having consistent tools and the way that you utilize those tools, whether it's Revit in the building space or Smart Plant PDS in the process space, that is critically important. And what I talked about earlier with regard to training those teams together, so they're hearing the same thing, they're asking the same questions and dealing with the same challenges at the same time, that's been very, very helpful. And a tremendous amount of progress just over the past 3 or 4 years, I would say. Robert?
Rob, if you're unmute, if you have any comments to build on, thank you.
Not to take a lot of time. I agree. The thing is the past is the past, but it took. I mean, I just think as an owner and trying to share to another owner, it takes time. I'm going to say, just like to try to go and run with lean IPD, it's a cultural change and what you need to do. I feel very comfortable with what Poland and with what India does for us because they have now a full understanding of what our library and document system looks like. And that's important to have that skill shared with them and their understanding of it versus, us trying to say, well, here, do the drawings this way. And it comes back wrong. And so I think that has taken time and experience as said. So that's all.
One other thing I'll share in that regard is I talked about building and maintaining trust and aligning certain portions of the business with specific high value execution center offices. We also do the same thing with clients within the same market sectors. Now, some clients, such as General Electric, which Robert mentioned, very different divisions. We've done a lot of work over the past 5 years with the aviation group. They're out of Cincinnati, and some of the ceramic matrix composite facilities that we recently completed in Huntsville. Almost all of that work was done in Krakow because it's more of a buildings related. And unless there's a reason to change, a lot of times we'll maintain consistency with a specific client out of a direct high value execution center, as opposed to, when you get into task oriented work and just throwing work over and expecting it to come back, that leads to failure. It leads to tremendous rework. You have to focus on building relationships, learning expectations, and consistency with clients, not just with a specific market. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you both. Let's give them a virtual applause. I needed something to do. I'd like to go ahead and thank you both. And then Dan, if I can see if we could be pulling yours up. Dan McAllister.
Sure.
Ida Solutions out of Ireland. Dan, I see you're on. Can you talk?
I can. Yeah, I'm here, Joe. You can hear me there?
Yes, you're very clear and coming across well. You in Ireland today?
Yeah, I'm in Ireland. We've been stuck here for months now. I left the States in end of February, so haven't been anywhere at all. Just
we
5 kilometers away from my home.
We miss you. I look forward to coming over there.
Yeah, we miss it too. We can't wait to get back over. We really can't.
Yeah. Dan, your screen's coming up, and I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to you if you do a brief intro and go ahead with your slides. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So, guys, we're thanks very much for giving us the opportunity to present again. We did it last year as well with PM Group in it was Malahide Castle in Dublin. The presentation I'm going to show you, it's pretty much the same one, but I have a few more examples because we have a few projects in the United States now at the moment that are up and running since around, I think, November, December. So we have a few examples to show you. So it's about digitizing complex project handover documentation. And it's generally documentation that you would normally receive from the trade contractors. And, you know, a lot of time, what do? They give you bits of piece of paper, and there's a lot of, illegible information on it. So handwriting mistakes, GDP errors, all that kind of thing that really, you know, for a contractor, they just hand it to you, and then, you know, you look at it towards the end of it and you realize there are errors in it, and then it causes all sorts of issues when you're actually trying to hand over systems, which is really what our software does. I'm just going to give you a quick 2 minutes on our software, you know, where we came about. So it's IDA or EDA or IEDA, like 3 different ways in calling it. It stands for Engineering in Digital Age. Pretty much everything good was taken when we were trying to name the company. We went live in January 2011. Took us around 2 years to build in stealth. It only had a mechanical module. So I used to work for a mechanical contractor called Mercury Engineering in Dublin. And I worked on jobs all around Europe with them. But so all I cared about was mechanical side things. Didn't know anything about electrical, and I still don't. But the purpose of IDA was to create a test pack with weld history in it. So very mechanical orientated. So, and it would do it, you know, kind of digitally. It would compile everything from a database, spit it out, and it would actually, you know, you'd go out and print it out on paper, and you get people to sign and date it and add in extra information. So the type of projects we're on primarily pharmaceutical. We're on 60 odd pharmaceutical jobs at the moment. Semiconductor, 2 or 3 of those. Data centers. We're on a lot of data centers because I think everybody wants one nowadays. And we're on 1 nuclear fusion project as well down in the south of France. So we started building the software for contractors because that's what I was. These are some of the contractors that we have on board. Mercury, that's my old company there. And if they weren't going to use the software, no one was going to use it. So we probably spent around 4 years just having these guys use the software. And the important thing about it is because those guys are the guys that, you know, they need to generate and hand over this documentation to the client and to the general contractor. So if we couldn't nail that part, we weren't going to nail this part here, where Jacobs came in, PM Group came in, we have Excite on board, where they basically saw our software being used by many different contractors on their jobs. And they said, well, could we not get it, you know, an all-in-one IDA? And of course, we had to go back and we had to redesign a lot of it because, you know, you got permission levels, all that. So they're the guys who we have on board at the moment. And then a lot of time when they leave the project, the client is left there with us. And we've been lucky enough now with all these guys down here that they take over the software after the GC has moved off site. And in the case of Kite, Bimarin, BMS, and Regeneron, they've actually taken on board, and now they've put it out on their smaller projects where there may not be a CM, or there might be, but they still want to use the software because the contractors are using it all the time. So when we first got going, we have the mechanical module, which is all it had. And then Mercury said we need to do electrical modules. So we didn't really know what to do there, but we kind of hacked it in. Then the civils guys were being left out. That's when we got the likes of Jacobs on board. I don't really know anything about civils. I really don't. And we didn't know what really we were designing this for, but just a lot of people in Jacobs in the civil side were saying, you're leaving us out. We want our own little portal where we can do our work. So we got that up and running. And then follow on from that would be the commissioning and construction completion side of it, which really kind of just wraps up all these three other modules together. That's from one of our projects there. It's a massive database side. It's just really, does it accept information to be put in a certain way? And our software prevents users from putting in, substandard information, incorrect information that you're probably not going to find out about until later on. So because like a database is just like Microsoft Excel, you can put anything into it, but doesn't mean it's the kind of correct information. So that's what IDA really tries to do. That was a large project we were on where we had 60 contractors on board. So we have to train them all. We digitize permits. We digitize obviously RFIs, submittals. That's pretty standard. Most construction softwares will do that. Test packs. I mean, we just built on the test pack side of it, and then receipt verification. So that's where the client really gets involved at an early stage, where you're taking in equipment and you're giving it to the contractor, and they got to take it in and they got to verify certain things on it. And of course, we're very big on the weld history side of things. So it's a large amount of data, all in different areas of the software. Do they all connect? Some of them do, some of them don't. I'm like, you don't really connect the site permit side to, a lot of this area, like to weld history. There's no need to. But then there are a lot of areas that do need to connect to each other. When we first got up and running, we had a pipework module as well. So we had to test pack it, and slowly after that, we came up with this pipework module. That's where Mercury Engineering, they have a few fab shops around Ireland, and we have a few other contractors on board. So it's another side part to our software, but they scan all the QR codes on the pipe. So they stick labels on the pipe, they scan QR codes on the mobile app, and the guys literally in the field putting in the pipework, they're actually saying whether it's fabricated, installed. And Mercury Engineering did a case study a few years ago on it, and they found that they're able to eliminate a lot of waste. So one of the examples would be on the logistics side of it, that we have a little a screen there where engineers log in and they see what pipework is made for them. And they can only call down what's made, because if it's not made, they can prioritize, but they can't call it down, because otherwise you go, I called that last week, and if you call it again, I called it this week. It doesn't make much sense. So what they noticed from doing that instead of, and when it gets delivered to site, you must put it in that it's actually delivered. So there was nobody saying, is this really delivered? They are actually going down the site and finding the spill, because if you have to chop a pipe spill to just make it fit, you're basically losing two spills, because you're literally chopping one to suit another. You got to remodify. You got to remodify the weld history on it as well. So, and just very quickly, we linked BIM. We've been doing this for a few years. We've got a full-time BIM developer on it now, and it primarily helps the trades though, because a trade is able to now see, well, what pipework is actually installed just by having their guys use our app. Okay, and they're able to isolate it and say, well, where are we in terms of a system or what's been tested? And they're able to create test packs from it, so they can grab a lot of pipework and then they can create a test pack in IDA. Okay, so that's really about us, and I can share this with anybody as well. And we have a few bits of information on the lean study. I can always send that along. So, well, the pain is what do we normally do? Most of our, when we're taking information from contractors, it's paper based, and so they upload. We tell them where to upload certain pieces of paper. It's laborious, obviously. The data is not readily available. I mean, like, to analyze the data isn't there. Also scanning as well. Like, a lot of times people don't have their scanner set to a good resolution, and that means that when they upload it and they walk away, that when someone's reviewing that piece of paper, it's kind of a bit blurred, and it's difficult to read. Huge part here, GDP errors, incomplete documentation, massive, and I'm going to show you a few examples of that. And then there's the physical storage bit, and I got a photograph from Jacobs there last week on a lot of transfer of a lot of folders, so I'll show you that as well. So the trades, contractor activities. We don't capture everything a contractor does. I don't think we could. But we capture, I suppose, really what a lot of the items that the client and the GC wants us, to hand over to the client, basically. So concrete pours, I don't know much about civils at all. Receipt verification took me a few years to really learn that one, but we're actually doing that on most of our projects now. Installation checks, we've always been doing that, and testing, and then room handovers. So we do that, and bear in mind, all these are forms, but it's when to use the form. I'm like certain, with room handovers, like, do you just pull down a template and start filling it in? And the answer in our software is no. You actually, you click on a room, and it's predefined what forms can pop up, because that room could be, a very high, quality room, in terms of the manufacturing side of it, or it could just be like, the boiler room. All right. So the last thing you need is a contractor clicking on a room and then just saying, oh, I'm going to use this, and it's no relevance to that room. So that's really where our software, the logic, kicks in. But with that, obviously, you need a lot of setup. So concrete pours, this was an example of, this is Merck. All right. So Merck have all their CCRs, construction completion records is what they are. And so they're all there up at the very top, CSA-1. So if you show that to pretty much anyone in Merck, they'll know what that is. Most of the time, they're probably just filled in by hand. So you print it out and you fill in the data here, and then they scan it and they upload it. On the receipt verification side, so this is where the MEC or elect contractor comes in. Once again, they have their own RV form here, and they fill it in by hand. And on this one here, you put in the specified data. So remember, this is from design, the specified side. So somebody knows that, or they should know it at least. It's generally in an Excel file. But, does the contractor really know that? They'll know maybe 1 or 2 bits on it, and then the rest are always left blank. And then they got to fill in the actual side. And a lot of the time, they can fill in something that really is not relevant to that, what should be filled in there. Also, they might put an I in and they really mean a 1, all that kind of thing. So it's not very, even though you can scan it in, which makes it digital, it's not, from digital from scratch. And also then the issue we had on a few projects, and especially Shire, which is one we did with Jacobs, was that when commissioning got all these, previously all these forms, they had to sift through them. And they had to go down site and, maybe check if there was they thought there was an incorrect model number on it. But now we've digitized these and they're able to capture photographs. So now the commissioning guys can come in and not even really leave, their desk, and they can just click on the actual form, which I'll show you in a few minutes. This is from our job in North Carolina, or Elton, one of the two of them anyway. So this is a well log. So one of the contractors started logging their wells, and they did them. This one here first is a MEC 5. It's a CCR. It's a form that Merck wants you to fill in. But you can see here there's some blanks. All right. Once there are blanks, then there are issues, and this is their first attempt. So blanks isn't a good thing. It's GDP non-compliance, and maybe at the end of the job or towards the end of the job, when you're trying to hand over something, you realize that there are blanks on it, and unfortunately the contractor may not be around. It could be off site. So there, just one of the issues. This is the well log. this was tough. We got the contractors on board logging the wells digitally. They really like it now, and I knew they would. We've had so many contractors using IDA at the very beginning when we only had one or two. I used to be quite afraid because I thought, oh, they're just not going to like logging wells. But in the end, after us having so many contractors using it, there's only so much you can do at wells. So instead of having it like this, and this is an okay example, even though you can see a few crossouts on it, it's not the worst example. When we said to them, right, well, there's your original one. Now we wanted to digitize it. It ended up looking like that. So it's the exact same sheet. So from the C&Q guys who are getting this, and they need to really look at the material types and the heat numbers, that they can see straight away that, it's easy to read. And because it's digital, it means we can pull in the certs. So previously, people had to compile the certs together manually. Now we pull them in automatically at the back of these forms. Okay, so just on I think this is electrical, yeah. On the electrical side of things, this is an example I took from a test pack a few years ago. The errors that were on it were, it's all manually filled in. It's a test sheet, and you can see someone got the calibration date wrong of or calibration due date wrong of the test gauge equipment that they used. And then they had to correct that, and they corrected it a couple of months later. Okay, so that was an issue, obviously. And then the punch item side. So our software tracks punch items, but it tracks it on documentation as well. But beforehand, you could just write that in at the back of a test sheet, and who could really get that out of it and into a database, right? So, and you generally had to transfer to a database like Microsoft Excel. Okay, if anybody's any questions at all, just feel free to ask. Yeah. So that's the trade side of it. So what does the main contractor do? Well, they have to manage the trades. So they need to know if and when the trades are ready, documentation-wise, as well as everything else. So they have to check and verify the contractor's documentation. They have to spot all the errors and manage the corrections. So when I was a contractor, we used to hand over these folders to the likes of PM Group and Jacobs, and they would review them, and they'd come back to us with Post-its everywhere, all over these documentation, and you'd have to go in and you'd have to sit down with them and try to fix the errors. Some would be easy, and some would be difficult, especially on the material heat certs. That's pretty difficult. And then the general contractor has to hand over all this documentation to the client, who can then comment on it as well. So it's with the stages that it takes, it could take months for actually one folder to get over the line. That was just an estimate from one of the engineers, Damon Smith in Jacobs. He said approximately 50 hours per turnover pack per engineer is what it takes. And they're left with this. So this is the system folders from BMS that made their way to somewhere else. They were transporting them. So that's all the paper. Okay, and it weighed nearly a ton. Okay. So we've gone down the road of digitizing that, and on the projects now we're on with Jacobs in the States and also PM Group and Jacobs then on MSD Biotech in Dublin, and with PM in Carlo. Basically, we're eliminating that, and so literally they're all electronic files. Okay, it's not perfect, but we're learning all the time on it, and on the client side of it, it means that they have access to the data before they, everyone's gone off site. So, so they've access to welds. So now we're seeing C&Q guys logging into weld history before. They've access to the actual test packs way before they receive them at the end of the project. So they can front load a certain amount of their work, not everything. This was a big one, the serial numbers. So the C&Q guys now have access to serial numbers that they need to log in their own systems at some point, but they've access to them. When someone does an RV, the contractor, we tell them, take a photograph of the nameplate on it. So now C&Q guy logs in and they see a photograph of the nameplate. And also, if they have issues, a lot of times now the client's logging in and going straight to the contractor and asking them, about an issue, and they're on site now as opposed to being gone. Okay, so this is how actually IDA does it at the moment. Digital checklists. This is the first bit we brought in, and it was really for commissioning, but it kind of got used with a receipt verification, which I didn't know what it was until we got on BMS. So it's basically when pieces of kit are being delivered to site. So who would buy them? The client would buy them. The general contractor could buy them, and also the contractor can buy them. So you've got 3 different people buying different pieces of kit, but you need to apply, the proper check sheets all the time to these. And the contractor, when they receive them, because they're the guys who are installing them, they're the ones who are asked to actually go and verify all these details. So make and model. They need to also verify it's in good condition. The amount of times a piece of equipment would arrive on site and something small could be broken on it, and they need to, say basically that, look, there is an issue with this. I noticed something. It looks like it's broken. A lot of times, though, they could log that and just move on, but then the vendor wouldn't know about it. And then maybe 3 months' time, when you're trying to hand over a system or turn a piece of kit on, you realize this is broken. And then the vendor goes, well, you never told me about that. Now they're brought into it from day one. So here's an example of a job we were on where these are all the fails. I just filtered out for them. And, there are probably 1,000 pieces of equipment, and they're all the ones that failed. And here's an example. It was a Lexion, actually. And you can see up here, there's a big dent in the tank. So that arrived on site. But straight away, the vendor's brought into it, because once the vessel, which is a tag there, is linked in a database to a vendor, and the vendor is set up in our software, automatically they get an email saying there's an issue with this and it failed, and the visual inspection pass was no. So it triggers automatically an email notification, puts this into it, puts the punch item into it. A lot of times the vendor may not really know who we are, but they're going to get an email, and then they're going to contact somebody on the project saying that we see that there's an issue with this. So once you can digitize it, it means you can, measure it. So very, very simple reports are, you're able to say, how many pieces of equipment are we supposed to have on this job? How many have been completed, and how many are outstanding? You can drill into all those reports and say how many failed, how many passed, how many, have category B snags, punch items on them. And then this may not look like the nicest report, but you can get a progress reschedule out of it. So if you do get delivery dates in it, and maybe installation dates or a schedule from the delivery, you can actually get your S curves on it. And just some other uses. One of our clients, Mercury Engineering, they use it for audits, safety audits. So they just choose a check sheet, and then certain people are allowed to answer the questions on it. And basically they add the answer around 40 questions. It's a weekly audit, so it pops up that they have to do one every week, and they can take their photographs as well. And all our photographs are all dated and time-stamped. When we first got them out, they actually weren't. So people were taking photographs of maybe a few days beforehand, and then doing the check sheet and attaching them from the mobile device. And there was an issue we had, I think it was on Alexon, where people were able to say, well, that definitely was not done today. It was done a few days ago, the photograph, but the check sheet was done today. So now we have a date and time stamp on all our photographs. Okay, just on digital test packs. So this is the one that gave me the gray hairs in the last few years. It was when we were on board with Jacobs on the Shire project. They wanted to digitize the test packs, mainly to eliminate GDP errors. Right? That was the main reason why, because of our experience in BMS, that they were putting in so much paperwork to receiving them from the contractor, that there were so many errors, and they just couldn't promise the client that we're going to hand it over, with a huge degree of certainty on a certain date. So we sat down with them for a while, and in fairness to Shire, they were willing to be the guinea pigs on this. I don't know if they fully appreciated that, but no one really wants to, but they were, and they stuck with us. Because we literally were developing this as a project was taking place, which is really, really difficult. And we're used to that because our software is a project-based platform. So when someone needs something and we say we can get it out to them, we can't do it when the project's over. We need to do it as early as possible so, everybody can get the use of the software. So the objective was to eliminate all GDP errors, the biggest one, just get it over the line first time. Pre-populate as much data as possible. It's probably a pretty difficult thing to do, and then have some live reporting on it. So we built all these rules. So I have a PDF here with all the rules that are in the software. So we think we've built them all. We haven't had a new rule come in like the last year on these things, definitely. And so one of them will be auto initialing. All right. So as soon as you're logged in and you're authenticated, when you answer a question, it sticks in your initials. We've a little algorithm that works out your initials. Completion requirements, a huge one. So basically, if you don't fill in every single field on this form, it's going to basically tell you can't go any further. And we've had to deal with the contractors, the GC, and the client on all of these areas here. Contractors are the one that get to use it first. They've the most work to do on these. The GC and the client generally just have to go in and look at them and then sign them, digitally sign them. So we have a load of rules here. The other big one here be populating blank fields. So if you don't put in something into additional comments and you sign it off, it automatically puts in NA. The other one here, probably my favorite one, because I had to do this for years, is the one at the top here. Just try and zoom in there. A lot of times by hand, if you've got a lot of blank rows here, what you have to do is you got to put NA, you got to sign and date them. So we just delete the rows, okay, as if they didn't exist. So we have a good few more rules, and I can share this PDF with anybody. The signatures are down there, puts in the current date, which is the server date as well. We've had issues over that, over people changing clocks on iPads, and which they're not allowed to do now on their software. It literally syncs to the server and puts in the date there. A few things on bookmarks. Just these are a few ones, like nice features to help with the contractors to help it. And then at the very end, it's the security side of it. So the checksum. So if anybody goes in to edit the PDF there and re-upload it, and there are so many PDF editing softwares, it basically will tell the client at the end, has that been changed and what were the changes done on it. Okay, so just in retrieving data, let's hope this guy plays. Okay, so here's an example helping out an electrical contractor. When they select a cable, it's going to populate a lot of design data for them. So from the cable schedule. So filling in these things must be a nightmare. It's a lot simpler for mech guys, but there you go. It fills all that in. And that's taken from like the Jacobs or the PM cable schedule. We just train the contractor how to import all the data in their back end, because it's really kind of their data. And then when they select the cable, it just populates. So when they kind of like that when they see it, they go, oh, this isn't too bad. The auto initialing. So this is just an example of it. So when you hit yes, let's see, yeah, there you go. So it's just, I'm signed in as a guy whose names are, EK, and there you go. And it's just actually populating the initials for it. And then that's the output. They are PDFs, but they're stored in IDA. And so this is, there could be many pages in behind this, plus attachments. And they're there instantly for certain people to sign off. And down here you can see in Jacobs, this is our DS3 project that Rich Carlisle has signed it off. And the logic we've implemented is that it's only published in IDA when it's fully signed off. And that means when the likes of Jacobs or PM Group fully sign off their test pack, you only get to see the final version in IDA in where it should be. If you want to see the status of what it is now, you log into the iPad and you see it, and there's filtering abilities to tell you the percentage complete of each page. But also you can log into the browser, click on a test pack and hit live, and it tells you where we are live, but that's never the final version. The final version is the published version. That's a little box beside each test pack, and that only means that everything has been done on this. There are no blanks. Everyone has filled in everything they should be doing. So you know that if a PDF appears at the end in the final published version, I mean, unless there are bugs in it, which there are occasionally, that means that literally that piece of that test pack or that collection of documents that need to be completed is fully signed off and GDP compliant. Okay, so that's digital test packs. We have an audit trail in them as well. Sometimes the original logic was supposed to be that once they're signed off, there's no going back into them, and that soon changed, all right? But we didn't have the proper audit trail then. So now what we have is if anyone needs to go back into the test pack, we let them, all right? Because think of it like a piece of paper. If it's there on your desk, you need to be able to go back into it and sign and date and cross out. So they just go back into the test pack and then they unlock it. And you can only have one, you can only be in one person in the forms at one time. And then they make their modifications, and it tells you what it originally was when they did it, and then what the new value is and when they did it, and they must put in a comment. It pops up on the iPad, and they have to say the reason why they actually did it. Some of the other benefits on it, time savings. I can share this with you. Mercury Engineering did a report on the savings of what they reckon it was, and just for one person monitoring test packs, a few people on it, obviously they reckon that they're saving 10 hours per day just by having these guys managing it. I can send this on to you, and then you can report on it. So once they're digital, you can say how many test packs are in total on the project, how many you compiled, issued for test, punched, walked, the lot. It's all available for you there. So that's getting digital test packs in. And then we had to come up with this thing called CTOPs or T-tops. Every job calls them slightly different. CTOPs is the one that kind of has stuck at the moment. It's construction turnover pack. So we had the test packs. We had all these forms that contractors were filling in. And now Jacobs wanted to say, well, merge them all together into one by system. All right, so we had to come up with that. And it's the area that we're working on the most at the moment. We're always working on the software. We've got new things coming out on it. They're customizable templates. I'll show you the reason why they have to be customizable. And it pulls in everything from the software, pulls in your RFIs, your submittals by system, because everything in IDA is tagged to a system. Your punch items, your defects, your check sheets, your test packs, and it's doing it through all different disciplines. So it's not just taking your mech contractor and your elect contractor and just leaving them apart. It's actually merging them all together. And basically what we're saying to the mech contractors is you don't need to give us these folders that you used to do. So you could say there's a potential cost saving there as well. So when we set them up, we fishbone. So effectively, that is an index that the client, i.e. MSD or Merck, gave us. And well, they gave it to PM and Jacobs, and they said, that's what we want in our system folders. So when we got on board, we just basically fishboned that. So that's what a lot of our guys do, is we just have a piece of software that we do that, and we're doing on all our jobs really. And it converts it from, basically a Word file index to, something that looks better. So you see a lot of contractors now with that open as well. And IDA pulls this all together. Okay, so just by doing this software, then we just configure the software to do it per job, and every job is different. Even the Merck jobs we're on, 3 in Ireland, 2 in the States, every single one is different. All right, there is no such thing as a carbon copy. I'd love to say it would be, but it's not. So when we do the fishbone, then this is it in action. So it's an old enough video. I should really update it, but this is basically somebody saying, build me a system folder, and they just hit compile. And IDA now is looking at that fishbone, and I'm speeding it up. It takes around 2-3 minutes to actually compile, and it's compiling everything. Okay. And so that's, a couple of 100 pages in it, I think. And it's basically pulling in all the forms, receipt verification forms from multiple contractors, test packs, electrical test packs, a lot. And when you download it, it looks something like this. The PDS looks slightly better now, but basically nobody is entering any data on these. They're literally, IDA's building the lot from what data it's reading, and there's a page numbering there as well. We've been through a lot of fun with page numbering too. We had to get a piece of software that had to go in and read the PDFs and stamp the page numbers, but it has to work out whether it's portrait or landscape as well. And Merck don't want the page numbering on it because they need to take their pages out and put them into IQ folders, so they don't want odd page numbering. But IDA is literally just population lot, and it's pulling in the data, so indexing everything as well. Okay, I'll just move on from that one. Okay. So on the reporting side of it, once it's digital again, I think that's the MSD Biotech project. There are, I think, 1,100 CTOPs, as they call them, folders that are literally each row is a folder. Okay, so where that would have been an actual physical folder, now it's just a digital file that's been brought together. And here's when you click on it, it tells you, well, here's the index. So here's basically what you're looking at. So you can see here's a large one. That's got 1,301 pages. Okay, so it's pulling in a lot of data, and that probably did that in around 5-10 minutes. And then it's stored, and then it's down to, well, what do we do with that as well? And even on a lot of jobs are on, every time we go into a new job, the client's kind of working out, well, what do we do with this? And they just store it somewhere, but you've now the ability to start commenting on it. But I'll show you that in a second. But now we're able to monitor it, and we built this just by basically looking at the date that these were compiled. So that's pretty easy to say, well, this was started on this date, fully complete on this date, and we were able to actually come in and say, well, this is the amount of down here, how many we actually compiled in a month. Okay. Let's see. Let me just go back one. In action setup. Okay, so reviewing. So this is what we're moving into now. Instead of having the post-its on the folders, we're not going to put them on the laptop anyway. What normally people did is they put them on the folders, the comments, and then they put it into an Excel file. And that would be like the punch items for all the documentation. But now what we're doing is we're moving into this. We purchased a software called PDF Tron. It's the most expensive piece of software we've ever purchased, and we have to buy it every year, which anyway, there you go. And what it enables people to do is to go into a CTOP, all our documentation in IDA, and make comments on it. And they must make comments on it. So you can't just draw a box and say, I'm not going to comment on it. You actually have to. There's no point in just drawing a box. So when you do that, it pops up and it says you need to put a comment in it. And when you do that, then it can get exported out into the punch list. So you don't actually need to click into the documentation to see all the punch items on the documentation itself. Now we capture all the punch items in the field. That's fine, with photographs as well. But with this guy, you're not going to photograph the paperwork, all right? So we basically export the annotations out of the document, and now they're put into the right-hand side here. And so it's just punch items from the paperwork. And then I think the final part is really, we're not adding as much logic as we used to be, because literally, I think there's only so much you can do with these. So the hard part is training. Up until around 2 years ago, we didn't have great training. Our training literature wasn't really great. I suppose the product was changing a lot, but we also didn't know how to deliver it. And we actually met with one of the large data center guys. They said, if you're coming on board, you need to have proper training plans on it. So our training plans are all project specific. They have to be. If you're telling Merck users, or a contractor on Merck project, say these are the CCRs to build, you need to develop the training exactly to what they should be doing. And we develop execution plans, and we have a learning management system. So it's another third-party software that we've had to purchase. We're not going to build our own software to go over learning management. The execution plans, we have loads of them. I try to limit it to limited to probably around 5 or 6 on each job we go to. They're kind of how-to guides, and the best way in doing it is share it with the contractors probably before they're on board. So even at tender stage, just send them out to them, because especially at tender stage, they'll agree to anything. Because when you get to the job and then the contractor, a new team is on board, and you show them these, they'll say, "Oh, no one ever told us we were doing this." Okay, which is a bit of a nightmare. So we have a few of those, and then this is what they look like. They're just documents that we send out, and it basically tells you how to complete these. So here's the one for RV. We send it to the contractors, and it tells them what they should do and what they shouldn't do on it. Okay, and then the last bit then is our learning management system. So it's called Illumi. I don't think anyone really, our manager of this, she doesn't like us using the actual software's name, but it's Illumi. It's pretty good. Contractor onboarding program. So what we do is logic in ours. What we do now when we're getting a new job on board, we say to a contractor, "Give us the names of the people you want in the software in IDA," and they give us a list of maybe 10 people, and then we send them this contractor onboarding program. It's only when they complete that program, and it only takes 2 minutes to do they get a login to IDA. So because if they don't complete that, they're not getting into the software. And they're basically videos. So here's an example. So a mech contractor logging in to say, "How do I actually complete a test pack?" And we don't get too many complaints about this now. You can see that they move on to from one step to another. It unlocks, and they get used to it pretty quickly. We're up and running on the jobs in Durham and Elkton in Virginia, and contractors starting to log test packs. And we've done that remotely because of COVID. Obviously, we haven't been able to be over there. So really, I suppose what you're getting is your data is accurate. Once it's published, it means it's fully complete. The commissioning guys can go into it at an earlier stage than what they're probably used to. Also, the contractor knows they're complete. It's all live. It's in the cloud. And there's less time spent doing checks. You still need to validate certain, things in these, and you need to run through them. All right. I don't really like the way that some people think that they can just, basically say once IDA's done it, it's perfect. There are always going to be issues, and you're eliminating your physical storage. Okay, I think that's me complete on it. Joe, that's the presentation complete now.
Excellent. Dan, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize you guys couldn't see me.
Yeah, you had the frozen screen, but I didn't want to interrupt you. But
okay.
I do not have any questions on chat. Are there any questions from the audience I'd like to open for Dan? And then first with Dan McAllister with his questions. Dan, my comment was, it's great to see the progress and the additional chambers that you've added to your presentation since we presented in Ireland. It looks like continuous improvement, and it looks really fantastic. So congratulations, and congratulations to Group, Jacobs, Merck, Pfizer, Skyer, and all the companies that are starting to utilize the program, as well as across the contractors and trade partners that you brought in. So it is growing. It's great to see, and look forward to the continuous growth that you're all doing as a company. Now I see you, Dan. Hi.
Thanks, sir.
Welcome.
Hi. Thanks, sir.
Any questions for Dan, or any comments, or any learning share?
This is Chris Dummermuth. I'll just go ahead and I'll share, like we've been using IDA on projects probably for the last 5-6 years. And I mean, in the end, it really does give you a basis of how you're going to go from construction to turnover. And so much of this information, one of the things, FATs, all those different things, you're able to go ahead and take what's in IDA and then put it into another form if that's what you want to do. Like if the site uses something else, there's a download feature. So you can do a number of things with this, but it really makes it easy for the contractors, because once they use it, they get so wrapped up in it that in the end, they don't want to use anything else because it is that good. And I just wanted to go ahead and let you know that we are using it here in Elkton. I'm helping the guys in Elkton. I've been in Elkton here the last 4 months. And in the end, they're all singing the praises of it too, Dan, just to let you know.
Oh, great. Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Any questions from anybody? You can submit them on chat. I did have one just received. It's from Robert Wagner, Procter & Gamble Company. Was the drive to the system driven by GMP and FDA tracking? I guess that could be either maybe to Chris or Dan, you first.
Yeah, it was. When we got brought in by Jacobs and Shire, they were like, we don't want to do what we did on the BMS project, which was spend a lot of money correcting errors, GDP errors. So, they were basically promising the client every day, we'll hand this over on this day, this day, this day. And it may be in physically, but if it's not, if the paperwork isn't correct, then they can't really hand it over. So, I originally thought it was when they brought us in, I thought it was because they wanted the contractors, to kind of turn it over faster and make it very, very easy for them. But it really wasn't. It was more the fact from Jacobs basically themselves saying, we're spending a lot of money having to review this documentation when we get it, and the contractor could be gone. And then when the contractor's gone, good luck. I've been in the position when I was called back from a project, a Pfizer job years ago, where I was 6 months over the line, and PM basically had a lot of post-its for me on it, awaiting my return. And I had to spend weeks out there because our documentation wasn't up to speed. Having said that, though, the contractors in Ireland, they are up to a very, very high level, even without our software. A lot of them do know the GDP errors, the mistakes not to use. And then we're building relationships now with TFS, Southland, Quam, MacDean, all these guys in the States who are, we kind of know them now. We're on online meetings with them all the time, and it's starting to really click with them. If you give them a few attempts at the software, they're starting to realize, oh yeah, it's not that hard to use. And a lot of time now they'll start saying, well, look, we were using paper all the time, and I could fill out paper. I'm not going to guarantee that filling in the paper is going to be is slower. Filling it in IDA is going to be quicker. It really isn't. You got to do a little bit of work on these iPads, but at least they know once it's done, and they can walk away and it's in the cloud, and they don't need to go storing these pieces of paper anywhere.
And that's absolutely true. And if you've ever been through an FDA audit, and if they have to go back and look at documentation on the build and everything, and you start handing them binders, it doesn't go over very well. I'm just going to tell you that. So part of it was a GMP issue, but part of it also was, how do I find it once somebody does want to go find something?
Dan, I do have a second question. From Gary Tomzak, International Paper. Who typically operates your system from an owner or a contractor team? Is it the traditional leads for each of the areas, or is there a need for a specific power user who knows the system in depth? And then what is the learning curve for that person, whoever it is?
Yeah, great question. So for instance, if you look at Elkton, we got on board, we met Danny Lee, we met Steve Bomarito, Jessica Phelps, and they're document control. So generally everybody lumps all this stuff on document control. So we had to train them up, and they weren't used to it, but they're actually great. So they got used to it anyway, and that job is up and running that Chris is on now at the moment. I actually didn't know you're right there, Chris. But so you definitely need 1 or 2 people in an organization who are willing to, really adopt it. Are you adding extra work to them? You might be. Yeah, you are probably, because you're adding extra work because a lot of people go to them to ask, to be asked a question about the software. And they go, oh, well, just speak to the IDA guys, which are always online about anyway. But it's generally the doc controller or turnover. I have to say on the MSD Biotech project in Dublin, That was one where I was looking at PM and Jacobs coming in, and the turnover team, and it was primarily PM turnover team on it. And I knew a few of them before, and I was thinking, how are we going to pull this off by doing this digitally with these guys? All right. But I have to say, they've been absolutely phenomenal. Like a guy out there called Derek Largess, he's been absolutely brilliant. And he's gone on to the other project that we're on with PM Group at the moment. And that's people as well. I mean, you know, once the guy, you really trust the guy, he knows the limitations of the software. It's not the best software out there, I mean, in the world. We're not launching space shuttles, okay? But he's basically able to know the limitations of the software, what it can do, what it can't do, and he also knows how best to use it. And he's able to tell his colleagues how to do that as well. So he's in the turnover side of things. He's not dot control. So it kind of varies from job to job we go to. But there are some jobs we go onto and they don't even know we're coming, unfortunately, you know. And we have to meet them and build relationships with them. But in general, it's going to be dot control or turnover are who we need to get on board.
Dan and Joe, this is Dan Liorda. So Dan, I have questions in terms of the market in the US. Obviously, you're working with Merck and MSD in the pharma. How are you approaching other clients? I know we're I've seen the product. We IPS, Jacobs, and Wuxi worked together and had that product. It was very useful. The question is, how do we convince our customers that is a good product other than showcasing case studies?
Yeah. Look, at the moment, how we, the Jacobs, the PMs, they're the guys really pushing us. They're going on from one job to another, and they're saying, we've used this before, we need it, and they make their case to the client. But we have had other, you know, Kite Pharma, no one ever knew. You know, Kite Pharma never knew us before. We didn't know anybody knew Kite, but they approached us one day. They doing like an internet search, and then so we flew over to meet them and we showed them the product, and we were fortunate enough to get in front of some guys who really knew what they were looking at, and that's how we got live there. We just sit ourselves in front of the client and we show them the software. I've another Prezi actually that goes through the whole implementation of IDA. That's the one I show them, and you generally, if you get the right people in the room, you generally see them looking at each other and going, we messed this up on the previous job, this thing will help us. It'll save us on this upcoming project, and that's how we do it. I mean, we're never going to be one of those projects where our website's going to be the biggest leader to our software. It's just getting in front of clients and then actually doing demos with them. So we've done that with Pfizer in Singapore, all that, you know, just getting in front of them and showing them the software firsthand.
Okay. Any last questions for Dan? And then I would like to open the floor for one last set of questions for any of the four prior speakers, Ken Smith, Gary Tomzak, Dan, and Rob Wagner. Any questions from the audience via chat or directly talk now directly into the mic? Okay. If not, I'd like to give all the presenters this afternoon to this time a virtual applause. And we're going to move on to the next and last.
Hey, guys. Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Applause too. Thank you for leading this.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe.
We're speakers, Gary, or Chris, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's been a good challenge for everybody, and I'm going to get to that in a little bit. Our next set of speakers is from the insurance sector. We have Jim Glorio from Aon, and he's the Chief Executive Officer for there. Jim, you're on mute according to what I see, but if we can test your system there, okay, you're good.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if you're able to pull up your presentation. I can walk you through it, or we can have Greg Palmer share your presentation.
Let's see if I can do.
Okay. So over to you, Dan. Thank you.
All right. So are you guys
welcome, Joe.
You guys seeing my presentation?
I see the bottom of your screen. I don't know if for some reason it's not getting bigger on my screen.
once you click share, you'll have to tell it which screen you want to share.
Okay. Got it. Let's see here. It is. Sorry, I'm not able to do this.
That's okay. I'll share it, and you can just tell me when to advance the slide.
Okay. All right. Great. So, thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. So, so you can fast forward to probably the third slide in. So right there. So, you know, I've presented before, you know, a little bit about Aon just to give everybody a kind of point of view. I lead our construction practice here in the U.S. We've got about 500 folks in our construction team here in the U.S., about 1,000 globally. And, you know, I'm going to talk today really about kind of what we're seeing in the construction industry a little bit, just to give a little bit of a view there, what we're seeing in kind of the general insurance market, then kind of how that subset of the construction insurance market lays out, and then talk about builder's risk and excess casualty, which are really kind of driving factors. But you know, in a 6-month period of time between March 1st and September 1st, we've worked on 25% of the ENR top 32, so 8 out of the top 32 property and casualty or builder's risk and casualty renewals so far this year. So we're kind of in the market every day. And then from a kind of capital standpoint, getting information from our reinsurance colleagues and our data and analytics services is really helpful and insightful. And I'll talk about some of that today. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So, you know, when we talked about the impact of COVID on the insurance or on the construction industry, we talked about the ABI index a couple months ago and what was happening, and you know, billings at a rate that were running above 50 for a long time, and their dramatic drop off. And what we've seen is that that's kind of rebounded, but it's still, you know, still below where we would all like for it to really have a robust construction market. And from talking to, you know, our clients, both owners and contractors, I think people feel pretty good about finishing up the projects that they're on right now. If projects were stopped or didn't start, that was kind of back in the March and April timeframe. But the real concern is kind of what's going to happen in 2021, 2022. As we all know, construction kind of lags behind the rest of the economy. So a little bit of concern there. And already in talking to some contractors really over the last few weeks, them talking about the fact that there's more and more bidders on projects. And so, you know, that's leading to increased competition, which for an owner group would be a good thing. So if you go to the next slide, you know, from a general insurance market, this goes back about 13 years on just property insurance. And we could have picked property insurance, excess casualty, a lot of different things. But, you know, as you can see, kind of following the last Great Recession, the prices had been coming down. And this is quarterly change in price. So if you look at the left axis, you know, from flat, so 0 year-over-year increase in price is kind of that x-axis, and then the price going down, you know, below 0, and then percentage up. And so kind of from 2013 all the way through the third quarter of 2017, buyers were continually seeing year-over-year the prices going down. And in some quarters going down significantly, 8, 10, 12, 15%. And starting in the fourth quarter of 2017, you saw a spike in prices up about 4 or 5%. And then that continuing and, you know, through today. And so by the time we get to the fourth quarter of 2020, this will be the third round of prices going up for clients as it relates to buying property insurance. And what you started to see back after the fourth quarter of 2019, when there were 30% kind of rate changes, was that started to temper a little bit. And I think it was the feeling that, hey, clients had been going through this year after year after year, and prices were starting to get to where the insurance companies thought they might need to be. And then, as you can see, in the second quarter of 2020, that started to spike up again. And I think one of the thoughts is that COVID is really impacting this, and really for a few reasons. One, from a macro standpoint, for the insurance industry overall, you had losses such as event cancellation, travel insurance, other things. The second thing you did was you had more uncertainty, like all businesses are facing around COVID. So you had insurance regulatory changes going on. You had the uncertainty around, are business interruptions claims covered, yes or no? There's a lot of litigation going on as it relates to that subject, so there's cost associated with that. And then the other thing is because of government stimulus and other things that were done, you had interest rates significantly go down. And so that increases the cost of capital for insurers, which causes prices to have to go up. So if you go to the next slide. So specific to kind of, construction specific data, what are we seeing? And again, this just goes back a little bit, but in the first quarter of 2019, prices were going up, and this details out builder's risk, which is that top line, workers' compensation, general liability, excess liability, and auto liability. And as you can see, kind of everything was kind of moving together in the macro, with the exception of auto liability, which was really going up, and kind of continues to go up. The builder's risk market has gotten dramatically more difficult, or as we would refer to it, as a hard market. The amount of capacity available is going down. The terms and conditions are getting more restrictive, and the prices are going up. And the same thing on excess liability, and I'll talk a little bit more detail about that in a second. One of the comments that I would say around general liability and auto liability, one of the reasons that you may see those rates on this graph going down is because clients are making the decision to go with higher retention levels. So they're retaining more losses themselves. So that's actually causing the rates to go down because they're buying less insurance on those particular lines. So Greg, if you go to the next one. Specifically to builder's risk, like I said before, the placements are especially challenging right now because of reduced capacity, reduced underwriting appetite. Heavy civil projects, solar projects are especially difficult. One of the things here is that if there's a term of greater than 36 months on your project, there's going to be a lot more underwriting detail required. The other thing is around project extensions. So if you have a current project that's going and you're going to need an extension, one of the things that we're hearing over and over from the underwriters is that they don't want to look at multiple extensions. They really just want to try and handle one extension. So if you turn back the clock, a couple of years ago or even a year ago, it wasn't that out of the ordinary where a client would come to us, either an owner or a contractor, and say, "Hey, we need a 90-day extension on this project. It's not going to get completed when we originally thought." We could go to the underwriters and get an extension pretty quickly. And then, you could go back at the end of those 90 days and maybe tack on another 30. And again, there wouldn't be a whole lot of scrutiny around that. That is completely changed. When we go to an underwriter and we tell them that we need an extension, the underwriters are asking a lot of questions. What caused the extension? What work still needs to be done? Why is this kind of off schedule? What are the details around what needs to be done? And so there's a couple of things there. One, whether it's Aon or another broker who's working for you, your broker's going to need a lot of lead time to get extensions. They're going to need to know the details around why you need an extension. You're going to also want to have a lot of certainty around kind of that you're only going to need one extension. The other thing is that the price for that extension may be very much higher than what you were originally paying for the builder's risk coverage on a rate basis. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is that there's more value at risk at the end of a project than there is at the beginning of a project. The other thing is that water losses and other things cause more damage towards the end of a project than at the beginning of the project. So those are things to keep in mind as you're going to look for an extension. On the excess casualty market, this market has become very, very difficult. And one of the big reasons is what's been being referred to as social inflation and/or nuclear verdicts. And so, if you turn back the clock 5 years ago, it was extremely uncommon to get verdicts in excess of $20 or $25 million. It really had to be super catastrophic losses with really kind of extenuating circumstances around them. There's a few things that have happened. One is that auto losses related to distracted driving, other losses have really increased in frequency, and the severity of the injuries around some of those losses has really increased as medical technology has gotten better and more expensive, but also able to really allow people to survive following catastrophic accidents. And so the cost of the medical care, the future lost wages have really increased. There's an example earlier this year in New York. There was a construction accident in a single plaintiff, so one person involved in the accident, and the award was $102 million. And if you think about from an underwriter's perspective, if they write a policy today and there's an accident today, that verdict might not come out for 2, 3, 5 years from now. And if you look at what they thought that verdicts would cost 5 years ago versus what they're costing today, it's completely changed their actuarial models. And so a couple things. One, they don't want big chunks of capacity to be available as it relates to these verdicts. So whereas people used to put up chunks of capacity at 25 or 50 million, they're now looking to put up capacity in tranches of anywhere from maybe 5, 10, maximum 15 million. So it's taking more and more insurance companies to build towers, which is causing the price to go up. We've seen programs where the prices have gone up 100 to 125%, sometimes even more. Say, the last quarter, our data shows that the average increase was 28% on excess programs. So again, if you're looking for an excess program to be put in place on a project, or if you're looking to extend a program, those can be expensive propositions. And again, especially on the extensions, you're going to need a lot of lead time. Where we're really seeing a lot of challenges is it relates to anything that involves wildfire, in particular in California. Anything as it relates to New York from an exposure standpoint, because New York, because of their labor law up there, creates a lot of angst for underwriters and a lot of losses. And any kind of project that involves a frequency around construction defect losses, because those are getting to be more and more expensive as well. So again, there, you want plenty of lead time. The more details that you have around the project, how it's going to be built, means and methods, etc., the more information that you can share with the underwriters, the better results you're going to get, both from a builder's risk standpoint and from an excess casualty standpoint. from an owner's perspective, is you're looking to negotiate out these contracts with contractors, looking to see, you may have more contractors come to you and say that they can't get certain coverages any longer. And so I think, having an understanding of what's going on in the market, what is currently available, is going to be important. The other thing from an excess casualty standpoint, whereas probably 2 or 3 years ago, you could buy anywhere from 1.2 to 1.5 billion on a single tower. What we're seeing is that more and more corporate clients will stop buying somewhere in the $500 to $600 million range, because above that it just gets to be, it's not economical. The economics stop making sense on buying the coverage. So you're actually seeing people buy less coverage today, but who are, I would call it, the real catastrophic buyers of insurance. We and others are working on capital market solutions to see if we can develop some more capacity in the market overall. The final comment I would make around this is that, with everything and all the uncertainty around COVID, all of the uncertainty around the capital markets, we don't see this changing in the near term. We think that this is going to continue for a while. So with that, I'll take a pause and take any questions.
Okay. Right now, Jim, I have no questions showing on chat. Are there any direct questions for Jim? And then if not, we'll move on to John Tate, and then we'll come back to both Jim and John in a few minutes. Any questions via chat or direct? Okay, let's bring John Tate online. John, I see you.
All right, that's good. Let me see if I can
hear you.
All right, both of those check out.
Okay. Would you like? Are you trying to take control, or should we have Greg Palmer?
I am trying. Let's see how I see how I.
We're about 50-50 so far today with the new system.
Is that working?
I still see the screen with the audience.
I'll go ahead and do it for you.
Oh. Okay, here. Oh, somebody's bringing it up. No, John's presenting. Oh, it was just there.
Yeah? I just shut it off.
Okay, it was just there actually.
All right, I'll try one more time.
Okay. Then Greg, just for to keep things moving forward after, we'll do the question and answer, and then bring up my recap slides, or I'll try to do it just for my own learning. I want to try to do it, but if not, I'll let you bring it up. I do see your presentation, John, and it looks like you are the presenter. Back to you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Joe, and thanks, Jim. Jim really unknowingly teed up a lot of my presentation, so appreciate that. So it's a little bit about my background. I started out in the construction industry, worked for Rust Engineering out of school for a few years, and if you remember that name, and then moved on to TIC before crossing into the insurance industry about 24 years ago. And really for the last 24 years, my focus has largely been on construction risks, identifying, anticipating, managing, and preventing them. And as you might imagine, these risks have changed over time, and I expect they'll always continue to change. In the time we have today, I'd like to focus on some of those that are top of mind. Coming into 2020, I'm not sure anyone anticipated COVID-19 and the impact of the industry in our world, but certainly any discussion on construction risk today has to begin there. I won't spend too much time on this topic because there's already so much information there. I alone have written 4 articles, done a video blog, been interviewed twice, and we've got a resource hub on our website devoted to the subject. And if you're like me, you're probably getting 2 or 3 emails a day on COVID-19. So, but I do want to address some key themes, however. And and one is, if you walk on any job site today, you'll notice some major differences. If you go to several, you'll start to see varying degrees of prevention. But as health risk and the legal climate continues to evolve, I think it's important, one, to have a plan, two, to document the plan, and three, to document compliance to that plan, as well as any other issues that arise. You want to be able to show that you took the necessary precautions to address the risks. A few of the best practices include, temperature screening. That begins with establishing a threshold. The CDC recommends 100.4 degrees. And then ask employees to monitor first at home before they come into work. And I think it's also important to talk about prevention outside the workplace with employees and make sure they understand that in order for the job site to progress, they need to take precautions on their personal time as well. And then certainly you want to screen again before they come into the site. PPE is an obvious one. Face masks, shields, gloves should all be mandatory. Sanitizing. You want to have conveniently placed hand washing stations and encourage a frequent use. And also require employees to use their own tools instead of sharing tools. And then have job site cleaning times established, which may differ by area and from project to project. And then and lastly, contact. Certain wearables now feature contact tracing ability, which is a great feature, especially in this time. And then use your scheduling and planning to create spacing of crews on the job site. And then the establishment of traffic flow around the facility is a good practice, as well as restricting elevator use to materials, or if personnel need to ride on, really limit how many get on the elevators. Inspection should be frequent and ownership by all employees encouraged. So there are many more ideas available in a variety of resources out there, but again, it's important to develop that plan and work that plan. So I want to talk about protection of job sites, as many of these have been canceled, delayed. Construct Connect provides a great resource out there for project delays and cancellations in the US and Canada, and currently lists 7,376 project delays in the US and 3,553 in Canada. And these are mostly related to the pandemic or economic conditions created from the shutdown. Now, at a high level, two primary areas of concern arise out of a temporarily abandoned project: liability and property risks, and then project execution risks. Some considerations around the liability and property risks include attractive nuisance, unlawful occupancy, continued operation of critical systems such as fire suppression, HVAC, and dewatering, increased potential for weather-related damage, theft, and vandalism and arson, such as a recent project fire in Minneapolis. So a few things to consider. One, we want to reduce the threat of water, be it weather, so making sure roof drains are unplugged, and if the drainage system isn't complete, create a temporary drainage system to get that water away from the building. It can be man-made, where we want to make sure that fire sprinklers and plumbing is tested. We need those systems to be operational just in case there is a fire, an outbreak. But we also want to make sure that they're functioning and leaks don't arise from incomplete systems and flood the structure. Site security goes without saying: fencing, guards if necessary, and then inform the local authorities that the project's temporarily abandoned. And removal of fuel sources, such as construction debris, volatile gases and liquids, anything that could fuel a fire. Certainly secure cranes, equipment, materials, and just in case somebody does venture onto the job site, want to maintain safety, such as opening protection, lock out all utilities. And in certain projects, maintenance crews may be necessary to periodically check on scaffolding, debris, netting, fencing, equipment, and systems. Some of the concerns around the project execution risk include degradation of partially completed areas, increased mobilization, demob, and overhead costs, cost escalation, loss of key individuals and project knowledge, expiration of permits, extension of insurance, as Jim mentioned, and potential need for partial acceptance or occupancy. So in this area, documentation really is critical in the form of progress photos, as-built. We want to preserve the baseline and updates to the CPM schedule and document the delay. Preserve contractual records such as contract amendments, change orders, RFIs, and review the warranty support for partially completed and commissioned systems. And arrange for alternate storage for any unshipped or in-transit materials or equipment. Then we turn to restart risks. So when these projects come back online, we want to make sure we conduct a thorough inspection of all these concerns mentioned before beginning work. Kind of an emerging area that we're seeing is in sanitizing risks. Now, as hand washing stations get staged on various levels of a project facility, they're typically makeshift, and we're seeing leaks and water damage on lower levels of the structure. Also want to make sure we give adequate attention to storage of large quantities of cleaning supplies and flammable hand sanitizers. All right, so I'd like to move away from the coronavirus related topics now. I think it's certainly a real and present threat. There's also danger that we get tunnel vision, just from that focus on this item, and losing sight of the growing risk and not giving them appropriate attention. So these next three, I really try and talk about every chance I get. And fleet is one in the construction world. I'm not sure it really gets the attention it deserves in most construction organizations. We've got safety managers that are responsible for safety, QA/QC managers responsible for quality. But unless you're a transportation company, fleet risks are likely underappreciated. In 2018 alone, the U.S. saw nearly 5 million crashes, including 36,560 fatalities. 47% of those were not wearing seat belts, even though the survival rate improves by 34% when they are. 35% of the fatal crashes came from light trucks. And another concerning trend is the growth in urban area fatalities. Urban population in the U.S. increased by 13% from 2008 to 2017, while rural population decreased by 12%. However, since 2009, urban fatalities increased by an alarming 34%, while rural fatalities declined by 15%. Pedestrian fatalities in urban areas increased by a whopping 69% in that same period, while rural areas saw just a 0.1% increase. So with light trucks making up the majority of construction fleets and the concentration of construction in urban areas, this would seem to pose greater risk for contractors as well as any of their road crews included in the pedestrian statistics. And if you drive along and you see people playing with their phones, you might come to the assumption that distraction is causing some of these, and absolutely it is. Accounted for nearly 3,000 of the fatalities, of the 8% of the total. And more things are really competing for a driver's attention in the vehicles. And a few tips on things to do to address these: move from a cell phone policy to a more comprehensive distracted driving policy covering phones, texting, eating, drinking, GPS, vehicle electronics, car computers, and car entertainment. Require drivers to use the do not disturb functions on the phones, place them in the off position or out of reach, and then increase training on distractions. Use cell phone telematics to track vehicle data such as hard braking, hard turning, speeding, geofence alerts, and cell phone manipulation while the vehicle's in motion. And it's also worth mentioning that there's an application that measures pupillary light reflex to detect impairment before even operating a vehicle or a piece of equipment. So just remember that when you take your eyes off the road for 5 seconds at 55 miles an hour, you travel the distance of a football field. So I'd like to now turn our attention to another issue that Jim had mentioned, and that's construction defects. The impact of construction defect claims is thousands of occurrences and hundreds of $1 millions a year, and seems to continue to grow, both in magnitude and severity. And the leading CD claims overall from the California Department of Real Estate are plumbing, drainage, and other leaks coming in at 21%, building structure, which includes foundation, walls, siding, floors, masonry, and balconies at 19%, infrastructure, which covers erosion, landscape, roads, asphalt, sewers at 17%, and roof leaks and defects at 12%. And you may have noticed that water is a common theme here, again, in just about every one of these. And I want to just touch on a simple example that we've seen leading to pretty significant construction defect claims. CPVC fire sprinkler piping is increasingly being used in construction. Perfectly fine application. It's cheaper, lighter, quicker to install. However, there are growing failures associated with the use of non-compatible sealants, caulks, lubricants, and other products. Example we saw was a firewall penetration, and an incompatible caulk was used around to seal the hole around the CPVC pipe. And over time, this caused deterioration of the pipe, horizontal cracking occurred, and basically flooded an occupied building. So, and I think that's a good segue into some of the solutions here, and number one on my prevention list. But I just say this about quality: it kind of feels like it's stuck where safety was back in the early 90s. But clearly a comprehensive QM program is essential for success, and simply conforming to building codes or owner requirements is not enough. A good program ought to include 100% material verification. When that material hits the site, somebody needs to check it against the specs, and then somebody again needs to make sure they're using the proper material for that item of installation. Could have prevented this one loss and several more like it. Pre-install and first work-in-place meetings, which clear up any conflicts and help set the standard of all work to follow. A zero defect program, complete the scope of work with a zero punch list at the time of substantial completion. Pre-closure inspection sign-off procedure, including digital photographs. And I want to mention something that I saw at a CII research project a few years back called Quality Made Measurable. I believe it was also featured in ENR. And they introduced a QPR, or quality performance rate, which calculates quality performance much the same safety incidents are calculated today. I think one of the problems we have with quality is there's no common baseline from contractor to contractor. I think this is an area that owners can help drive much the same way they did safety. And over time, this provides a common means of measuring contract performance and quality, and give the industry a common language around this important topic. All right, so the last thing I want to talk about is workforce. And I think it's an important topic, greatly influences the successful outcome of today's projects, and really is one of the leading risks facing the industry today. The workforce shortage in construction has been discussed for decades, ever since I've been in the industry. However, somehow through a series of market fluctuations, we always seem to compensate and make it through. That all seemed to change really with the Great Recession leading up to it, and then certainly after it. And in fact, the shortage of skilled craft workers is one of the most cited risks to the construction economy over the past several years. And with good reason. CII research project that I was involved in surveyed hundreds of job sites and identified the following project impacts when those sites experienced a moderate to severe shortage of skilled workers. 3 times the safety incidents, schedule overruns of 17%, and cost overruns of 23%. So if the construction industry currently operates at around 1.3 trillion in the US, the workforce shortage has the potential to add 300 billion in cost with no additional benefit. And with 40% of the workforce expected to retire in the next 10 years, it's a concern that will only grow if left unchecked. There are a number of recommendations to rebuild the workforce from another study I was involved in that focused on education, funding, training, marketing, recruiting, and then a final recommendation for owners I'd like to highlight. And that's to measure contractor performance in workforce development when awarding construction contracts, similar to how safety is used in the evaluation today. And I think this is going to be discussed in greater detail in the upcoming CURT seminar. Is that right, Joe? Okay. But really, it's an issue that the collective industry's got to get together on and drive improvement there. Now, in closing, I'd like to make a quick plug for project risk registers. Had the opportunity to address a group of about 40 industry leaders not too long ago and ask them if they had heard of risk registers. About, half the hands went up in the room. And then I asked how many actively employed them on their projects and was surprised to only see 3 or 4 hands go up. Project risk registers are used to identify, assess, track, and mitigate risk exposures on the various phases of a job. And then decisions can be made on how to plan for and address the various risks that they might face. Great tools to plan for the unexpected. I'm not sure many risk registers would have featured global pandemic at the beginning of the year. However, they may have listed some other issues such as a supply chain. And, if the project team had identified the potential for supply chain issues, prepared for alternatives, then they could have continued with construction without being cut off from their original suppliers, just as an example. So identification and planning go a long way in addressing risk. And Joe, that's all I had. It's been my pleasure to speak to the group today, and thank you and stay well.
John, Jim, thank you. I did receive a couple questions. First one is directed to you, Jim. It's from Karen Kniff from CNA. Jim mentioned a $102 million verdict, and the question is, was that a labor law claim?
Yeah. So Karen, thanks for the question. Yeah, yes, it was a labor law claim involving a 36-year-old plaintiff. The defendant in the case was Live Nation. I think the verdict actually came out, I think it was either December or January of this year. The trial court judge did reduce it to $54 million, including $40 million in pain and suffering. So it's a record verdict on the pain and suffering aspect of it.
Okay. Karen, does that answer your question? I believe the answer is yes. Thank you.
All right.
Are there any questions direct from the audience? That's all that I have on chat. Any questions for Jim or John?
Joe, this is Jim. I have one for John here on the risk assessments. You got my attention with a lot of companies don't use the risk register. I mean, this is a best practice that should be in place before anybody goes through their gating system, right, and past the ability to get through FID. Help me understand how people are doing this and still getting projects through an FID queue.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and I'm not really sure. Getting some feedback lately as well, but it's certainly a step that you look for and recommend, and I think you certainly solve a lot of problems. The risks are out there, and you're going to have issues pop up. But if you have a plan, then really you're able to cut through those a lot.
Okay, any last questions? Okay, Jim, John, thank you very much. I'd like to go ahead and thank both of them virtually, everybody. And last but not least, I'd like to just go into a brief recap, unless there's any further questions from the audience. so far? Okay, let's go into a real quick recap and bring this to a close today. First, we covered industrial trends and impacts of factors today. We talked about the owner's role in building a strong safety culture. We talked about CURT's networking value proposition on international projects and how CURT can be used as a beneficiary to help companies get started and work successfully through some of the learnings that have been done with other companies working in those areas. We talked about global integrated delivery and high value engineering centers and the niche that they bring to our companies that we do. I'm sorry, I'm real hoarse today. We talked about digitalization of complex project handovers and documentation, and we brought to close the insurance risk and control areas through Jim and John just now. We've covered a lot of material. We've had a lot of great speakers. So first, I'd like to really thank, and we brought value that each of you brought to the discussion from the audience. I'd like to thank all of you, our audience, and our sponsors for today's meeting. It's been a rush for all of us. Zoom nationwide went down first thing this morning, and I can't stress how important the CURT organization is here behind me on what they've done to switch all the speakers in the audience and bringing you to Google Meet and bring this all on board on time and keeping us on time all today. There was a lot of hustling behind the scenes here that you did not see. And I can imagine all the hustling and your patience to go through all this and transitioning from Zoom to Google Meet today. So thank you for everything that we bring to the table together. Second, we had a great lineup of speakers from all different industries, sectors, backgrounds, owners, contractors, trade partners, insurance service organizations. Our two chairs, Gary and Chris, and the honor for me to be able to facilitate today's meeting. So thank you very much to all of you. I appreciate it. And last but not least, Rana, Greg, Rob, Kyle, they're all here today behind the scenes, making this all possible, making it all happen. And they've been hoop jumping all day, trying to get everybody connected, successfully done, getting the presentations in, and all the behind the scenes staff. So thank you to the CURT staff for making this possible for all of us. And 2 more days of we have more events coming on Wednesday. We have the members meeting tomorrow and everything going on there. So thank you so much. And then we look forward to seeing you at next CURT events. Again, there's 2 events on Wednesday. We have members meeting tomorrow. CURT is starting these like lean coffee hours or coffee hours that we're doing on each of the different committees. They'll be coming up over the next 3 months. And as we build, and as Greg has been sharing with the sponsor sheets, national conference and the options we have for national conference going forward in the February 2021 time period. So without further ado, thank you. And if anybody has any last minute comments, we did play the various videos at the beginning, the middle, and they'll be at the end here shortly for that. But I'd like to thank you all for attending today's event. And any feedback would be greatly appreciated for us to continually improve the topics, the focus in that. And hopefully if you have international requests in the future, send them to Gary, Chris, and I, or any of the CURT members, and we'll make sure we build that in. And we're always interested in sponsors for international. Our next venture is to Germany. It could be virtually, but Germany is sponsoring and hosting the event if we do get a release to travel. And if not, we will be doing virtual in the JFM time period of 2021 is our next focus area. But this could be done anywhere around the world. And if you are interested in sponsoring or hosting us in one of the countries and bringing your topics to the table, we are more than glad to accommodate that. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day. And be safe, be healthy.
Joe?
Yes?
Just one comment. It looks like Angela's asked a question about whether John will be able to provide his data to the group.
Okay, yes, he can. I just have to see. I lost the chat box on my screen here. If you could request presentation, that'll be great.
They're all inside of the CURT app. So we did get John's in time to get that in there.
Okay, so is John, let's see. I'm not sure. I thought I posted everything on Dropbox that I received. Is John still online?
Yeah, sorry about that. I was talking and had already muted myself, but
John, did you send that to me, or was that one of your separate ones? I'm not sure.
so you have the presentation, but I don't think I had much in the way of statistic listed in there, but I can circle back and provide some of that.
Okay, if you'd like to go ahead and take over that presentation, I am finished for the recap, and then we'll go to John. And again, thank you everybody for attending, and stay on for a few more minutes with John. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Joe.
I think you're looking for the just an update of everything I mentioned in the talking points, right, Angela?
Angela, you're on mute.
This was just in my hard notes, but what I can do is I can update the presentation and hopefully get that put into the app later, if that works.
Yeah, I'll try to pull it up while you're doing that. So go ahead and talk. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, it wouldn't have this information in it, but I can.
Okay, so go right ahead then, John. Sorry about that.
Right. Okay.
So John, this is Rob Fisher. If you want to email that over to me, I can send it to everybody who was on the meeting.
Great. We'll do it.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Joe, for running a very efficient meeting here under challenging conditions, but I think it went really well. You did a job of moving us along and facilitating. Thanks, Joe. Great job.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it.
Site construction methodologies have been implemented on construction projects for decades. By moving work to a modular fabrication facility, projects will begin to take shape with structural fabrication, pipe fabrication, electrical, coatings, pre-assembly, and shipping all under one roof. There are many benefits to prefabricated and pre-assembled systems that are precisely designed to be transported over the road or designed for shipment as sea cargo to project locations worldwide. At the project site, modules can be quickly, efficiently, and safely installed, whether it is a greenfield project or in an already existing facility. Upon installation of these complex modular systems, startup and commissioning can begin, providing a completed system safely, within budget, and on schedule, allowing for a faster return on the committed capital.